Hello, hello, Zen friends. I think I'm live. I'm just looking here to make sure I'm coming through. All right, let me check my other stream here. Yeah, it looks fine over there. It just looks strange here on my main page here. It just looks kind of weird. So I'm not sure. Let me know if it's coming through clear on your side as far as the video. It looks kind of just wee. I think it's just the computer here. Because it looks fine over on my other screen, so it must be fine. Must just be this one over here. So hopefully I'm coming through clear and loud and clear. So hello, Zen friends. So happy to be here. Happy Sunday, Sunday, Sunday to you. And as always, I'm excited to see what messages come through from Spirit today. But before we jump into all that, let us bring in some beautiful love energy. We'll do that by first taking a big deep breath, coming back to right here, right now, in this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, into this moment of now. And then we'll hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we're doing that, we can just let that eternal, unconditional love energy flow down into our bodies, into our mental body, and all our thoughts, our emotional body, and all our emotions, our physical body, our cells, our blood, our muscles, our organs, everything in our physical, into our energetic body too, which of course is our meridians, our chakras, our auras. Just let that love come in and fill up our entire being and then flow out to the world. Let it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet too. Something we can do while we're doing that, that immediately raises our love vibration, is gratitude. Think of just one thing that we're grateful for in this moment, right here, right now, even if it's, I can see with one eye, or whatever. If we have that gratitude, that immediately raises our vibration, puts us in that energy of receiving, and it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win, 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 right? So if you'd like to join me in doing that, we'll start off first by taking a deep breath. Hold it for as long as feels comfortable. Don't pass out. Don't hurt yourself. And we'll come back here. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful. All right. I'm never sure how loud the singing bowl is going to be. It depends on the energy of the moment. So watch your volume on your end and remember gratitude. So here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Love that energy. All right, let's put her back on her little shelf back here. Her little throne. She can watch over us. So, hello, hello, everybody. Good to see everyone. Hopefully, you're enjoying your moments, and there's always something we could enjoy or be grateful for in the moment, but it doesn't mean we have to choose that. It's the wonderful power of choice, energy, and adventure of the human, right? There's no wrong choice, no right choice, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. And if we don't like what we're experiencing, we can change it. Boom, right? Excuse me. My pipes are still cleaning. We had freezing temperatures overnight. So I think the pipes are still warming up. So thank you for your patience in my extra low voice this morning. Hope everyone is doing well. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. As we say, those are two amazing things that can help us on this human adventure, right? And if you're interested in knowing how everything works, you can take a look down in the description box of the video. It explains everything there. There's a lot of information down there. But basically, donations get first priority. I step out of those and out of the free readings and dive deeper. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 cards. We deep dive more into the donation readings. And you get a fortune cookie along with your donations. Today's, which is like little oracle cards. Today, there's these, you get 2 for each reading, which is the yin yang insights oracle. I knew there was another word, and the spirit animals oracle. There's little blurb. It's not, they don't have a book. There's just whatever's on the cards. That's why you get 2, because they're like small fortune cookies. All right. Uh, and if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat on the bottom or in the description box of the video. We do have the Venmo, the Cash App, the PayPal, and the Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts because I know everyone's finances and cost of living and rate of exchange across the world is different. So whatever you give from your heart, I honor that. It's a perfect amount, and we'll dive deep for you. What else? Um, Sundays are different than my other sessions. My other sessions, I'm on for about 3 hours. 2.5 hours in, if I haven't gotten to free readings, I do step out of donations, complete free readings so that we could get some for each session. But on Sundays, I'm on for like 3 hours, depending if I have enough where I'm like, oh, I can go a little longer and finish all donations, I will. Or if I'm getting to the free readings, I'll extend a little bit. But if at 3 hours and I have a ton of free readings and everything left, I will take a break, go eat, rest, come back on in the afternoon and finish everything. This weekend, I did go out of balance, which is great. You know, we're at the end of Libra season. We go Libra into Scorpio on Sunday, not Sunday, on Wednesday. Otherwise, think it's today's Sunday. Hello. Um, so I went 5 hours, I think Thursday and Friday night and Saturday morning, and about 3.5 hours last night. We finished everything though. So if you did have um, a question any during those times, what I do after every stream is I put a pinned comment with all the readings completed with timestamps. So you just click on it, it goes right to your reading. I know, isn't that just handy dandy and fancy? All right. Enough of that. So that's how the whole process works. So welcome and thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, and I'm so grateful. It's a easy, free way for you to show love for the channel and for support. So I am grateful for that. Some quick things, some free things. We had a new adventure episode of my podcast series, my new podcast series, The Easier Path. We had, here's the link to it. Adventure 2. We had Adventure 1. This is the second episode. And this is round 1 of fighting. We talk about This is about interacting with other human characters. This is focusing on our, like, our romantic, intimate ones, and we really go into the why people cheat, why it hurts so much, and like I talked about some stories of that I went through. Brett is in story time, and then we go into the human perspective of why humans do these things from our human, and then we talk about a higher perspective from spirit, and then hints from spirit on how we can transform these experiences from harder to an easier path. That's what the whole series is, right? So if you're interested, check it out. I do put out um, I'm gonna try to put out like daily things on my social media that are reminders for us. And so if you're interested, all that information on my social media is also down in the description box. Next Tuesday, we have a Libra new moon. And on that day, I'm having a drawing. Had one on October 1st for a giveaway of a personal recorded reading. Um, this one is also going to be for a personal recorded reading, or if you want my hedge of peace and love, you can also choose that. But if you're interested, you still have a couple days left. I can't believe it's almost October 21st. Can you believe that? But if you check that out, that talks about how you can get into that drawing, and I'll put out a video with the winner on Tuesday or maybe Wednesday. But we'll have that drawing. Also, I have some specials going on my personal recorded readings, my 15-minute and 30-minute. So if you're interested, all this information's down in the description box of the video. We'll have some November deals coming out. I'll probably extend this into November and then add in my 1 hour, my Hedge of Peace, and then my live readings, which um, are not recorded readings. It's like we talk. All right. Also, I put out a special video yesterday. I did put this in the playlist of the Easier Path playlist because I channeled my higher self, and they brought a message, and they talk about the easier path or making life easier. So it just really felt like it fit really well there. So if you ever want to find it, it'll be in that playlist. But they called it Walk Consciously. So it's really helpful too. It's like 5 minutes or so. But I do automatic writing and communicate to spirit. And sometimes it's my higher self. I even maybe I'll start sharing some more of those because I even had like Hitler's higher self came through, Jesus's higher self came through once. Just some really interesting things come through those beautiful beings of unconditional love and light, though, you know. So anyway, blah blah blah. That's all the stuff here. Let's say hello to some Zen friends and people that are here. There's always room for more Zen friends, so welcome, welcome. We do have Nelly Maderos in the house. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Hello, hope you're having a fun time. Got Carmel Damon. Hello, hello. We got S, and we got Tyler's Enemy Hornet. Hello, I'm doing great. How are you? And let's see, we've got Ankita and Ashish. Brenda and Ateshi. Hello, hello. We got Mika Khan and Faith and Love. We got a full house today. Eagle, Touch of Love, and Happy Pill. So welcome. I'm like so welcome. I zipped ahead. I'm so happy to have you here and welcome. I hope life is finding you in a wonderful, wonderful moment. I know we can go up and down and all over the place, and that's okay. But welcome. Maybe this will be a good grounding moment to help us realize how loved we are because we've got a great group of loving people here. So thank you so much. Hey, Black Mage. I thought it said Black Magic, and then my eye focused. Black Mage Inc. Hello, hello. So we are going to be using the tarot of the magical forest here. So I like this, right? The YouTube tarot scene is not like the Twitch one. I'll tell you that. Do you feel that's a good thing or a bad thing? But I love this little deck of Tarot of the Magical Forest. It's very, very, I don't know. I don't know the word that we would say, but there you go. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, is Twitch I've heard of Twitch, but I don't know, is that as, filled up with people as YouTube is? I know there's so many social media platforms these days, and I just can't keep up with all of them anymore. I'm an old man. Alright, we'll give these a shuffle. We do have, um we'll start with donations. So we have Nelia Medeiros times 3, so thank you so much. And that's all I have right now. So if I don't get any more donations, then we'll start into free readings and we will go there. But let's dive in. So let's grab your timestamp, Nelia. And this will be for times 3. Boom, boom, boom. So thank you so much for those. And we'll start with your first one here. We got the Hey You sticker. So let's see here. And then we got your free reading. I added it on the list. So that's already down there. So we'll circle back around for that eventually sometime today. So a general for the next 6 months. All right, let's take a look here. We'll see what Spirit wants you to know for the next 6 months here. So we've got, I feel like we're gonna do a monthly, month by month. 1, 2, 3. We do have 4 here. I don't want any of those. I do want these 2 for the 5th month, but that there is a secret in the 5th month. And then number 6. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's just get these scoots. You can kind of see them a little bit down here. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, you do have the lovely, lovely Emperor coming in here. I just love these are kind of comical, right? But this is an energy that for the entire 6 months, there is this energy of taking control of your life, an Aries energy of action. And part of your adventure, of course, is all right, now what is it that I want? Clear the throne room of all these people yapping in our ears about all this supposed to be and should be and blah, blah, blah. You're like, I'm the emperor of my empire. Thank you for your suggestions, your opinion. Please leave them in that suggestion box on your way out the door. And then in the silence, after we get out of our head of all this blah, 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 we can slip into our heart and go, what is it that you want? And then once we discover that, then we put a plan together and then we start taking action step by step for that. And I like that energy for the 6 months because it is a time of change and a time of decision and moving forward. Month number 1 coming in here. Yeah, you do have the High Priestess. That makes sense. Who? You. It's an owl. But it's a High Priestess. I like this because what a great place to start for your first month on this adventure. It's about taking a step back. The High Priestess gets out of the chaos, goes up into her High Priestess temple, connects to see things from a higher perspective, looks down, sees things differently, looks behind the veil, dives deep into the hidden and the unknown, the emotional, subconscious area too, and it brings things up. That's where discovery is made on what it is you truly want. So, month number 1 is really a time of spiritual connection, stepping out of the human drama and trauma, stepping into our power of our higher self and going, all right, that's that clearing the throne room, everyone. Shush, shush, so that I can focus and know what is it that I want in my life now? Where's my heart guiding me? So that's really the first month is the discovery kind of energy. Month number 2. Yep, you have the 10 of Pentacles and the 8 of Swords. So, month number 2 is more of facing those fears, those thoughts, those beliefs, those mindsets that no longer serve. And it's the release, those that made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. This really seems to focus on 2 areas with the 10 of Pentacles, which is an energy of like, what does success mean to me? Like, what are these thoughts that used to restrict around success and abundance means blah, 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 blah. It's going, why? These are suggestions. These are what the kingdom, the people of the empire were blabbing. But it's like, no, what do I believe that means? And also relationships with the Ten of Pentacles. What is a relationship supposed to mean, supposed to be, supposed to do? Blah, 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 right? But it's about putting all that aside and going, all right, heart, what is it that abundance means to me? What is it success means? What is a relationship? What do I want from a relationship? And so there's that clarity continuing to come in, but more specifically around those areas of your life. Then the third month, you have the Ace of Pentacles. There's a new sense of your worth in relationship to the outside world that comes in, some great clarity with that. And this ace is very empowered. It is about a new beginning, a new start. So it makes sense that the first 2 months you're really going, all right, what is it that I want? Working out the details, making the plans, and then here's the new start. Here's the new beginning in the 3 months where you're implementing your new emperor plan. Hello, everybody. So we got that coming in. Month number 4, you have the Hierophant and the Five of Swords. Yeah, it's an interesting energy. You have all this month of change, and that is, it's the 4th month that you have all the change energy. 5 being the number of change. You got the major arcana number 5, which, the Hierophant gives you it's about seeing things from a higher perspective, and it is clarity, a lot of growth and transformational kind of energy. And the Five of Swords is a card of like I would say conflict, but it's conflict between the head and the heart. And that's what happens, right? Here we are. Okay, this is what I want, heart. All right, now we're going to start making changes. Here's the new beginnings in month number 3. And then month number 4, here comes the brain back in going, are you sure this is what you want? I know you had me go out of the throne room, all this mental stuff, but this is when the challenging comes in. All right, I'm bold and I'm making all these changes in the 3rd month. And then the 4th month, it's the whispers start, right? So be aware of that, because that's where you're really starting to change some big things. And that's where those little fears come up. The little inner child is like, I don't like change so much. Are we all going to be okay? And that's where the fears and the mind start coming in, trying to put the heart back in a box. And the heart, that's when the heart goes, no, come here. Let's, comfort your inner child. We're going to make these changes because it's what's best for us. It's what we want, not restriction from all those old mindsets, but living from the heart instead of existing from the mind. And then you move into month number 5. And for that, you do have the Three of Cups and the Knight of Wands. Yeah. So there is this joy that comes in with the Three of Cups. And the Knight of Wands is about action, movement, go, go, go. Things really seem to pick up and move, a lot of change. And that tends to happen too when we're really in that uh, kind of what's it, euphoria of change, and it feels good of I'm letting things go, and all this energy that we were investing in fear before, trying to live up to all those expectations. With living from the heart, we feel like, wow. So there's a lot of energy and there's a lot of excitement around making change, and there's this joyful energy here. Also, I feel like with the Knight of Wands and the Three of Cups can also be your spiritual, well, it can be your spiritual community, but this feels like more your spiritual support team and your, spiritual posse on the other side. Knight of Wands is also movement in your spiritual energy. So a very strong connection spiritually in your 5th month too. Under the surface, the hidden thing that we were like, what is this? You got the Two of Pentacles. There's this beautiful balance in here, but there are some choices to be made in the physical world in the 5th month. It does feel like these are It's like it's a significant decision because what they're showing me is like I'm driving and I can stick on this freeway that's like, 100 mile an hour freeway, or there's this scenic route. And I can choose to go the scenic route and discover things, or I can stay on the, smooth path that just. But there's a choice to be made between two things, and it's interesting because one is of the mind. It's like the mind is going, we can go on the scenic route, and it's like, it's almost like you're like, I don't trust you, mind, and I wouldn't. It's like the mind wants to take you off track and take you in this thing, which there's no wrong choice. You'll learn and you'll grow through that, but it also extends the adventure. It makes the road trip longer instead of getting to this place um, in a more smoother way. It is staying on this emotional path takes effort because the mind is trying to draw us into that so much. It is about, it takes effort to stay on this road and not, go off here. It's like someone tugging on the um, steering wheel and you have to like keep you have to focus to keep it going here. Otherwise you will go off into that. And there's no right or wrong. It's just, excuse me so much. It's just important for you to know that to be aware of that in the 5th month. And then the 6th month, you end up the hermit energy. This is a beautiful energy, Virgo energy, focusing in on body, stepping away from a lot of things going on in the outside world, connecting with spirit. A bit of an energy of inner an inner journey, an inner awareness. It's not, and it doesn't feel like, okay, you're alone kind of energy. This just feels like you experienced a lot during these 5 months previous, and you get to the space of, let me reflect on all this stuff. You might even take a vacation alone or go off on a retreat or something where you're really reflecting on the last 5 months, because stuff in the outside world, it feels like felt, I mean, there was a lot of growth during that period, but there's this kind of that the outside world didn't fulfill me like I thought it would. And it's like you're coming to this um what do they call it when you, let me see, a summit. I had to remember. You get to the summit where you're able to look back and reflect and go, okay, it's like a big personal inner check-in before you start up another mountain. So I like that for you. Sounds like a fun 6 months. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in. We got Yin Yang Insights Oracle first. Okay, got that one. And then we have the spirit animal. So let's see what we got here. For the yin yang, you do have fate, the wheel of fortune. You can rest easy knowing that things do unfold. Um, I feel like you have a fate at a moment in all those. We don't have a whole lot of fate at a moments in this human lifetime. It's more of a world of possibility than it is fate, because we want to kind of be on this adventure instead of like living like from a script. It's Wheel of Fortune, cycles, divine intervention, divine detours. So there is some, you can trust though with the Wheel of Fortune that everything that unfolds is for us. Every path is for us in some way, somehow. Again, going back to there's no wrong path, no right path, just those. And then you have the owl. So owls came up a lot in your reading. You have the magic here. It says, choose to know the truth because you can. Open your inner vision. You can see through the deception. Let the past go and make room for a better life. Rise up. Magic and wisdom are your birthright. Wow, I love that. What a great energy for the 6 months. So I like that. All right. So that's for number 1. We'll jump into number 2 to say some hi to some people. We got excuse me as I clear out my sinuses some more. So we have Sonali Thakur. I'll add you to the donation list. So we've got 2 more for Nelia, and then you'll be up after that. So hello, hello. I'm not sure, Black Mage. There's free readings are going to be later, so I'm not sure where we're at in that yet. You're probably like 10, 12, 15 on the list if that helps. But free readings, donations get priority. If you want to be sooner, you can make a donation of any kind via super chat or in the description box of the video. We do have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square. The whole process is down in the description box too. If you guys want to check that out. So sorry. So that's how the process works. I got Livier Vagata in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Blessed one. Hello, welcome. And I think that's everyone that's come in since I said shout outs earlier. So hello. All right. Once I get to free readings, I gather them all, and so I'll kind of let everyone know at that point too. But if I get to free readings in this 3-hour session, when I'm done, I do put a pinned comment with all the timestamps. So if you are like, I don't want to like wait around for my reading, got stuff to do. It's Sunday. Hello, I understand. You can go and come back, and if you come back during the session, if you ask, "Hey, did you get mine?" I'll let people know that too. And if I see it, if I'm in the middle of a reading, I don't, you know, leave it to answer stuff. I focus in on the reading, of course, but um, so some good stuff there. Let me clear my pipes real quick. All right, yeah, got that frog that didn't want to go away. So cheers, everybody. Take a sip of coffee this morning. All right. So, what I'll do here, so Nelia, I'll give you another timestamp for number 2. I'll just give you timestamps for each one. I think that works out better. Instead of having all 3 grouped together and one timestamp, if you want to jump to your different ones, you'll have that. So, how does that sound? I think that's pretty cool. We'll do that. All right. So, number 2, Nelia, thank you so much for the boom, boom, number 1 sticker. And for this one, you wanted to know, will your daughters meet Russ by the end of the year? And if not, when? All right. And then a general on their relationship with him in the near future and what else Spirit has to say. All right, let's kind of go into the energy of the relationship between you and Russ. So, will your daughters meet Russ by the end of this year? Okay. Not when. We'll look at those. A general on their relationship, and then what else? Okay, like 2 and 2. All right. All right. Interesting energy for your overall energy in this relationship, but this is cool. Makes sense with your 6-month reading that we just did. But you've got the devil card on the bottom. And the devil card is an energy of like letting go of long-term thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, right? All of these expectations around relationship. It's like, because when we focus on relationships, well, if you do, on the expectations around relationships, it sucks the life out of things. In fact, I mentioned that in my newest podcast adventure 2, round 1. It's one of the things Spirit brings through, some great energy and awareness around, if I focus on all of these opinions and suggestions on what a relationship, who they're supposed to be, what how a relationship is supposed, like what they're supposed to bring into the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start and progress, and the timing around things, and what it's supposed to bring me and what I'm supposed to bring it. That's exhausting. that's a lot of like, you know, energy that comes in with all that, right? Um, but it sucks the life out of things, out of relationships, out of jobs, whatever we have expectations around, because we end up focusing on what's not happening, right? We have this list and going, is that happening? Yes. Is that happening? Yes. Is that happening? No. Is that happening? Yep. Check, 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 check. We end up focusing on the things we circle that aren't happening. And what happens with our lives when our energy is focusing on lack and what's not happening? We get more of not happening, right? So it's a good energy of realization of letting go of the mindsets of what is supposed to happen, and then stepping into gratitude for what is happening or what has had happened. Um, what we're grateful for. When we focus on that, we open up the conduit of growth instead of restriction. So I like that being the underlying energy. Good reminder. We can all use that for everything in our lives because we do get a lot of opinion growing up on how things are supposed to go, and then we end up feeling disappointed all the time because none of that stuff hardly ever comes true, right? All right. So, will your daughters meet Russ by the end of this year? We do have the Emperor. Here's that energy. What depends somewhat on your choice of your energy. Uh, you know, Again, it's like what I focus on, what I implement, what I can try to, um, take action toward it, not just we'll see if it happens, but you can intentionally, of course, do it or not, but it depends on your energy a lot, what will happen here. We have the 4 of Swords. Yeah, here's the let go of these expectations on the wall and rest. Again, focusing on gratitude. If I'm grateful for what is happening, then it'll draw more things in that you would be grateful for, right? And you do have the Knave of Swords, which is the Page of Swords. This is new communication, seeing things from a different perspective. Again, those small t truths, that Ace of Swords that the page carries, cuts away those small t truths, and we see things from a higher place and going, is it important or not? And it's like, it's important that they do. It's like, why? What's the small t truth rooted in fear around that, right? So there's kind of a release energy and going, it depends on your energy. If I'm like, they need to meet him, they need to meet him, need, and want energy is lack energy, it pushes it further away. If I choose to just hand it over to the creator and the universe and go, it'll happen when it happens. What I'm grateful for is this that's happening in the relationship, this that's happened in the relationship, this that has happened in the relationship. And that just, it organically grows and happens. But I know our human wants to know stuff. I'm going to go from the learning tarot, just based on current energy. What are we looking at? And of course, it's within your power. Every moment we can make a new choice, and the dates of the future change. That's why the outcome of the future is constantly shifting as we make a decision moment by moment. We're adjusting every second. So that's the whole thing about the future. It's so uncertain, and it's all based on our choices, everyone else's choices, especially if we have a shared reality, right? Yeah, right. Now you got the devil card. December 22nd to January 19th. So based on right now, it's funny that we got the devil card and the devil card, right? But right now, it's that period of time is what you're on track for, but that can change in a moment, as we said. All right. Let's see. What were the other? I think this was that their relationship, right? Yeah, general on their relationship with him in the near future. All right, let's take a look here. So we've got the Queen of Cups energy coming in. This is an interesting energy. It's like one of your daughters is very empathic, very connected, and I feel like they're connecting on an empathic level already with them there. So that's very interesting. Let's see what else we have on here. Yeah, we have the Empress energy, which is growth and creativity and it's birthing of things. So it does feel like, and it feels like the who's mama, who's the mother, the second surrogate mother out of your daughters. This is that one that um, wants everyone to get along, everyone to get together. Um, they're all about nurturing um, energy. This is all really good here. We have the Nine of Swords. I feel like this is more a message for you here because if you step out of your fears, again, we're going back to those expectations. They just keep repeating this message. And it's good because I know I need it repeated over and over. And then I'm like, oh, I get it now. Because we can know it up here, but when it drops in here, that's when it makes a difference, right? I was like, I know. But then when we know, then we make different changes. So we got this energy here of let go of your fears, the nightmare insomnia, because it's like, what if they don't like him? What if they don't get along? They don't have to live with them, it's all right. They don't have to. When we but as we try to grip and control it, we actually draw our fears to us instead of gratitude going, you know what? Whatever unfolds is perfect. I'm not responsible for everyone's relationships with each other. I am only responsible for my individual relationship for each person. It's like, well, I want them to do this. Almighty emperor of the universe, that's not your job to, want and control how everyone interacts with one another. That's their responsibility, not yours. So I like this release that trust in the wonderful energy of your daughters' hearts and that they're going to live from a place of love. But if you try to make something happen and make them get along and worry about it, you actually make it harder for everyone instead of just going with the flow. Easy breezy, right? All right. So that's those. And then let's take a look here and see what else they want you to know about the relationships here. Well, what else they want you to know about just the whole relationship with you and Russ and in relationship to family and whatever they want you to know. You got two sets of two here. One is the Four of Pentacles and the Temperance card here. So you got patience, grasshopper. Let things unfold. The Four of Pentacles is an energy of just, know that your life is unfolding, and the Four of Pentacles energy brings a focus in on remembering that when we define ourselves, our self-worth by the 3 buckets of the outside world, we do feel unstable and out of control because all those things are relationships change. Humans, they change their minds, they pass away, they walk away. So if I define myself by the relationships of lovers, family, friends, coworkers, whatever, I feel unstable because all that is unstable. Same thing with situations and things like our bodies and bank accounts, right? All that stuff, nothing stays the same in the outside world. It's so unstable that when we define ourselves by it, shaky, rattly, right? When we go inward, everything points us inward and upward to the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms that allows us to have a solid foundation. Then the outside world doesn't shake us all around because we got a solid grounding, right? And I feel like that's part of what's unfolding here. That's what relationships do. They all point us back inside. So interesting. And then the other one here, you have the Wheel of Fortune that came in and the Chariot. Yeah, you've got this wonderful thing. Just know that everything that unfolds is for you. The Chariot is the power of choice that comes in here, and that it doesn't matter what unfolds in the outside world because the world is meaningless till it gets in this noodle up here. Then we define it, here's all the devil card, right? Um, if we and this is where that walk consciously channeling that I posted yesterday comes in, because when we walk consciously of what choices I'm making each moment, every moment we have a choice between lower vibration or higher vibration, those rooted in fear or those rooted in unconditional love, right? And so we have thoughts and stories that we apply to what's going on every moment of lower or higher, emotional choices of how we want to feel in each moment, lower or higher, energy, lower, higher, like what we're putting out, what we're drawing toward us, and our physical actions are based on lower or higher. What's amazing with all that is, um, if I'm consciously aware of my choices as much as I can, I'm usually choosing from higher, right? When I'm not walking consciously and I'm just kind of going into just on autopilot, then my subconscious is activated. And that's how I'm making choices. I actually talk about this too in that podcast. That podcast, it's almost an hour long. Lot of beautiful things from spirit that help us understand. And and this is a great thing to know. The more shadow work I do in releasing these old thoughts and beliefs that are rooted in fear, the more that when I'm on autopilot, I can be automatically going from a place of higher vibration. Otherwise, if we don't do any shadow work and I'm walking around on autopilot, I'm reacting all over the place based on the old stories, right? So I like this. They're basically saying that, it's so not so much about this specific relationship, it's about every relationship that we've ever had and will have is showing us a mirror for us and pointing us back inward to our place of power of choice. So I love that. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. We've got the yin yang and the spirit animal. And we'll go into number 3 here. All right, boom. All right, so we've got karma, but balance. And that's also the temperance card. It's all about balance, baby. Weighing things out, cause and effect, choices, uh, wants to make things right, and that's a good thing. There is no right or wrong, like we talk about. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. And if I don't like one, then I'm like, I'm going to choose differently now. You got regeneration, the lizard here. As a survivor, you are unparalleled. No matter what happens, you can adapt. Embrace your transformation. Put on your new cloak. You are a master of regeneration. I love that. Scorpio energy. We're entering Scorpio season here in a couple days. So happy Scorpio season. All right. So that is what they have for number 2 for you. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for all your greetings. I appreciate that. All right. So for your last third one here, Nelia, here is your timestamp for number 3. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And this is for the black cat little emoji. Annie, like a general on your current workplace in the next 6 months, will I get a money increase? Anything else Spirit wants you to know? All right, we'll step into the, sorry, I'm crunching a cough drop here, to your work environment. So the next 6 months, I feel like we're going to do a little play-by-play action here. All right, thank you. It's month number 1. Those came right up. You got the 5 of Cups and the Lover's card. Uh-oh. What's going on here? 2, 3, 4. No, don't worry. You're not going to fall in love with someone at work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do know how to count. I just get distracted. There's number 6. Okay. All right. So we'll scooch these out. All right. So let's dive in here. I feel like we'll talk about money increase in here too. I feel like they're going to bring in the other information. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 4 of swords here again. This is about letting the expectations go. It's a good reminder to rest the mind, right? Because um, when we do focus on, I'm trying to perform, I'm trying to do this, and we're stuck in that mind energy, we make it more difficult for things to come in. But the more gratitude I can have about the money I make, what's going on, what I love about my job, what I love about previous jobs, then all this grows and we draw that stuff in. if I'm focusing in on what I hate about my job and they don't pay me enough and they better give me a raise. I'm not saying you're doing that, but we all do that sometime in our life, right? It just pushes the what we're wanting away because we're in lack and we're in fear instead of in gratitude. The more we can come back to the now and focus on gratitude, the more we draw things in. So when I'm like, I want something, I don't focus on the want and need. I come to the moment and going, what about that area of my life? What do I love about it right now? Instead of trying to strive to put my happiness attached to an outcome in the future, I come back to the now and realize, first of all, I've got everything I need inside of me. I don't need to become more. I don't need more. I can want more, but then the wanting is also lack energy because it's like, well, why? What are we not happy with right now? We can ask the creator. You know what I'd love? I'd love a raise. Ask once, you give it to them. They have a great memory. We don't have to ask them over and over again. We can just ask them. I would like to make more money, and we can understand why it is, because I feel I don't have enough. I need more. I want more. And it's like, do I though? When I come back to, I talk about in quite a bit, and I probably have mentioned it before, but in when I was in corporate life, I felt like I was working, doing 4 times the amount of stuff, doing projects and this and all these activities beyond the expectations for the position, and I'd get a meets expectation. I was striving for promotions and bonuses and raises, and 0, just meets expectations, and I'm like, "Really? I'm doing all this effort," and I'm like, "Meets." Not even above expectations or exceeds. Like, "What happening?" And it would really, of course, piss us off, right, when that happens. "I'm trying so hard and I don't get rewarded, I don't get seen, blah, blah, blah," and they're like, "You know what? I'm just gonna let all that go. I'm gonna stop trying to do so much, and I'm just gonna come in. I'm gonna enjoy my job." And I realized, I make good money. I don't need to make more. Why am I still striving for all this stuff? I'm just gonna enjoy my job, enjoy my coworkers, and enjoy my customers. I'm just gonna not worry about all that stuff and just keep it simple and enjoy it. And when I went to this place of gratitude, bonuses, raises, promotions, doing a fourth of the amount of effort, right? And that's how it works, and it didn't make sense then because 'cause I'm like, "This is stupid. How did this happen?" But, through these last 4 or 5 years, that has really come clear that my energy was striving, wanting, lack, want, need, feeling that lack energy was pushing it all away. When I came to gratitude, it just flowed, easy breezy. So, good energy to realize coming in. All right. The next month in job, you have the 5 of cups and the Lover's card. This is the power of emotional choice. You've got the Lover's card, which is like the 2 of cups, and in the 5 of cups, you actually have the 2 of cups energy because they're focused here on the spilt cups, but behind them, you have the power of emotional choice. So I feel like there's this big, especially with the major arcana Lover's card, this next month, it's like there's guidance here that being aware of how my emotional choice around my job, how if I focus on what's not happening, I get more of that. If I focus on higher vibration, the joy, the things I love about it, the more I feel that. So realizing that it's not the job that makes you feel a certain way, it's your power of choice of how you're feeling that chooses how you're feeling in each moment, but it also draws in more of what you're choosing to feel. So it's like when we feed the dark wolf, we get more and more and more of that. We feed the light wolf, we get more and more light, right? So it's like, what do I want? I'm going to feed that. And then you become a source of a beacon of joy. People notice you are a positive, energetic influence. You can't choose other people's emotions. No one can, but we can make it an easier or harder for other people to choose joy. If I'm going in satty pants and ornery, then I'm going to help other people do that. If I come in with joy, it makes the other people easier to choose that as well. Interesting, right? Month number 2, you got the 3 of Pentacles. This really is this being true to your authentic self. And I feel like in the second month, you get recognized for your creativity. People are beginning to notice more here, especially if you do this other energy because you're coming from a place of creativity, from your heart, from this joyful place, instead of from fear and task. You're actually flowing in creativity, and people are seeing you for who you really are instead of maybe who you're trying to be. So it's really about being true to your authentic self, allowing your creativity flow. But you do get noticed in month number 2. No money yet, even though that's 3 of Pentacles. I asked, I go, does this mean? They're like, not yet. Not week, month 3, you have the Ace of Wands. So there is movement and action that happens here. This is a like you get a second wind at work in the month number 3, and so this is the end of December, maybe more like January, right? Because this may be like November, December, January. So January is a new start, a new fresh boom, 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 boom. There's some changes going on at work in January, but it also gives you this extra wind of, you know, excitement about doing something that comes in here. So I do feel like there's action, um, good, like, information coming in. Maybe this is when you get I feel like you get, um, notification or communication about a raise, maybe a promotion, or movement into a different area that offers more money and more opportunities, as well. You might be creating a new department or creating a new thing that and you're, able to get into that, which I feel like in February is this where you get money? Yeah, the Empress. Because I feel like you get the actual money and the increase on your first paycheck in February, and here's the Empress, which is the abundance, the birthing, the harvest. So that makes sense. So that's right in a line there. And then month number 5, you have the Queen of Cups and the King of Cups. There's this great partnership energy here. You're also stepping into your divine masculine, divine feminine energy in there. And you're doing things, but you're also um, allowing yourself to receive. But it's a great partnership energy in this 5th month, and um, it just feels like things are going very, very well between the 2 of you. And so it's not like it's like, what is this? Because it's not romantic at all. This is work related, but it's like you're on, like, a project or you're needing to partner up where 2 of you are doing something. And it's this togetherness, though, it's this really a good, match, whether it's a manager in you or a peer, and both of you guys are doing a project together or creating something together. But it's a beautiful it just feels like a beautiful cohesion and a beautiful, like, just a great fit, both in who you're working with and what you're doing. It feels like you're in this wonderful place of like, wow, it just everything is perfect from your viewpoint. And then 6th, yeah, 8 of Pentacles. Here's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, doing the work. You're starting to get reward, more reward in month number 6. So this makes sense that whatever this is that you're creating in January, you get the immediate reward in February as you creating more things. But then um, the months after that, it's just like building, and you're starting already in a couple months afterwards, you're starting to see more of the benefits come in. So it feels like it's very, very prominent here. Um, so I feel like that answers all your questions, right? But it feels very good here. Money increase, any else? Yeah. So I feel like that is the big thing. We'll get you your fortune cookies here too. But I love this for you. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Put the cards back in here and let's get you your fortune cookies. Thank you again for all of your donations. Sounds like a fun, wonderful, empowering 6 months that you have coming in here, both in relationships and in life and work. But all of it comes down to the same influences, right? Your yin yang is external party, got situations. It does feel like an external party. Karmic partner, friends, family, work, other people, obligations. It just feels like there's this. It is. It feels like this next 6 months feels like such an opportunity, especially when we let go of our expectations and those rooted in fear and choose joy and gratitude and unconditional love. It just can really open up for you. Your spirit animal is nobility with the elk. Celebrate your accomplishments with humility. There's that gratitude energy. You are crowned with success. Powerful forces guide you. Your ability to conquer challenges is limitless. There you go. I love that. That's all zeroed in on the work energy, but you can apply all of that to that. So I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Nelia. Thank you again for your donations. Much love to you. All right. So up next we have Sonali Thakur and then Crescent Moon. So hey, Crescent Moon, and hey, Maria P. Welcome, welcome. Good to see everyone. I think these are the only two that came in since I said hello earlier. All right. Let's take a sip here. Keep a little hydrated. So cheers, everybody. All right. So Sonali Thakur, you are up. Grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And I'm going to give that a love and a like since it lets me. Let's try that again. There it goes. All right. And Sonali, you want to know what's coming in your love life? You're currently single. All right. So, what do they want you to know about what is coming in your love life? What are you drawing towards you currently? Let's see what we got here. Of course, this is based on current energies. We always have those things can kind of change, of course, based on our choices and all that fun stuff. All right. It's like you got 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. What is this, Noah's Ark? The animals went in 2 by 2, right? As the old story goes. We have the Eight of Cups energy here. And I feel like a big piece of your energy right now, Sonali, this is about it doing an emotional, energetic check in on where am I investing my emotional energy? And that is twofold. One, looking at the relationships that I have in my life right now. Where am I investing my emotional energy? That can be exes, friends, family, whatever. It's an emotional expression. But when they have us look at that, we could be where we're like giving 70, 80, 90% into um, a relationship, and they're consistently only giving 10, 20, 30, and we're like, I'm the one keeping this relationship, friendship, or whatever alive, and I'm gonna back off to 50% and see what happens. So you get back some emotional energy right away. And you could have some relationships that you're like, I know this needs to go. You get back all that 70, 80, 90% you're investing. That goes into your emotional bank, right? But others you can back off, and if they make up the difference, then you gain some back, but you're not overdoing it. And if they don't give back and it drifts away, then you're like, well, then I get all that other 50% back too. But the big piece of that is it's preparing you here, because if you don't have a lot of emotional energy in your emotional bank, your heart won't allow a relationship to come in, because it's like we can't afford it. We don't have the budget. We already have all the emotional energy that we're able to give. It's already being, you know, donated to all these other places. But as you bring that back and you're realizing and you're making the emotional space, then that allows that to come in. The other thing is the second part of the emotional inventory is those emotions that we have pushed down from when we were 7 years old and younger, that They're charged emotions of anger and sadness that, we were told, "Don't you be sad, quit your crying. No, you better not have a tantrum, be angry. You better be a happy child." So what do we do with those energies of anger and sadness? We push it down. Takes energy to keep those down, and there's charged energy emotionally that's being invested keeping them charged. So once I transform and do whatever inner shadow work to transform those, then I get all that energy back too. So there's two things we can do to help build that. And that's the more energy we invest in doing this inventory and bringing that energy back into that emotional bank, the sooner that love can come in. But right now, when we get this, it means you don't have enough in your emotional bank to bring that in yet, including our self love, right? So it's important to look at our emotional bank, going, all right, let's take a look at that. So that's the underlying energy. Your first two cards, what you're drawing in right now, you do have the King of Swords and the Seven of Cups. Yeah, this is, taking the time to question a lot of these emotions, this because there's some like emotional confusion here, and taking the time to do the inquiry into those emotions is important, whether that's if you have your own practice of looking at emotions, do that, or self-help books or therapy or whatever. This is about taking the conscious attention into our emotions to transform them is important, in order to again create that space for that to come in. So it feels like you're in kind of prep work stage right now. You do have the Emperor, the Master number 4 or Major Arcana, and the 4 of Pentacles. Part of all this too is taking charge and looking at your sense of worth, bringing your sense of worth back to you, not defining your worth by relationships, situations, or things. We go into this a bit more in my most recent podcast series, the Adventure 2, which is round 1 of fighting. If you want to dive more into that, definitely you can check that out. There's some great hints from Spirit on how it talks about the 3 buckets that we define ourselves by: relationships, situations, and things we can do to transform that. So if you want to check out that video, that'll give you more into what that is about. But the big piece of that is it's that an important part of your steps you're taking is to take that sense of worth from the outside and find that sense of strong self-worth from the inside. That just makes the outside one draw in something that matches that, instead of maybe some feelings of lack, and we draw in relationships that mirror back that to us. I know, as I talk about in that podcast, I had 5 that were beautiful mirrors showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw it. And so I feel like the stages that are unfolding here are to help you move beyond doing what you've always did and getting what you always got, and get something more that's in alignment with what your heart wants instead of what your mind thinks it's supposed to have, right? Then you have this next one. You have the Eight of Wands and the Ace of Cups. Yeah. So as you find and expand your self love with that Ace of Cups, the Eight of Wands is things speed up. And that's what makes sense, right? When we're focusing on this lower vibrational beliefs and mindsets and experiences, that slows life down. But the more we raise our love vibration, our self love, like we were talking about, it that's higher vibration brings in things faster. So one of the biggest things we can do, if I want an external love in my life, it's like, you know what? I'm going to focus on my self-love, my self-worth, because that raises things up and speeds things in. If I don't, it's a slow process, and I draw in relationships that are equal that low vibration. Like we want a higher love. Well, we can't expect something from someone else that we don't have in ourselves. In fact, we can't receive a greater love from the outside world than we have for ourselves. We also can't give more love to others than we have for ourselves. So the biggest thing we can do for ourselves, any relationship that we have is our self-love. The more we expand that, the more we open our ability to give and receive love to the outside world. So that's kind of where you're at with that. And then you end up with the Two of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, there's wonderful balance and this abundance that comes from this. I like this. They're saying it's, in fact, this little infinity symbol, represents, it's almost like, I feel like I want to do it as like an hourglass that looks like this, right? And they're saying here it's worth the effort because the Wheel of Fortune is the tuna for you. And they're saying that taking this time for you ends up, it's worth the wait. It's worth the effort. It's worth the wait to do that, because otherwise you just end up with something that doesn't last, and it's just this mirror, and it's our mind thinks it's getting the love that it wants, but it's like, no, you're getting the love that is low vibration and conditional and full of conflict, and it's like, we've had enough of that, right? We're ready for something higher. So hopefully that helps. I feel like right now they're not giving you, a time frame, because they're like, it's so far in the future based on current energy of, you know, the slowness that it's in. And there's so many things you can do to help raise your love vibration, raise your self-worth, your self-love, that'll bring things in faster. They're like, let's not depress ourselves by looking at how far in the future love is coming, the love that we're really wanting. But just doing a few things, and I definitely would watch that video, um, if it resonates with you, because it gives you some tools on how I can start that journey of raising my love vibration more and more, and then that brings in things faster. So we can check later and get a more, I guess, reasonable and acceptable for ourselves dates of when love can come toward us. But they're like, focus on that right now, and then we'll check in later. That's funny. All right, your fortune cookies. Your yin yang is structure, the foundation. Yeah, which is what you're doing right now. You're building that strong foundation, that stable, eternal, unconditional love, self worth, right? So you want to build a foundation, balance, building, slow and steady, forming. So that's exactly everything we're talking about, a good foundation there. And you got the peacock with vibrancy as your animal spirit, which says, you were born to shine and inspire. Practice humility to avoid jealousy. Be grateful for life, and more good things will come. That's that energy of, what am I grateful for in love in this moment and in past? Then things come in. If I'm focusing on want and need in that, that's what also pushes things away, right? Um, and then be true to yourself and recognize your brilliance. That rings of self-love, self-confidence, self-worth energy. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Sonali. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Hang in there. It's worth the wait, it says. All right. So, hey, Jojo. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by to say hi. And Mia. Yeah, absolutely. You can have a general reading. I haven't started free readings yet, but I'll add you to the list. Free readings. Thank you guys for your patience in getting to those. Just a quick um, information on how the process works in case you're new to the channel. All this information's in the description box too if you ever want to reference it. But the I do donations first. I get those priority. I honor that energy exchange. And then once I'm done with donations, then I go into free readings on Sundays. If I don't finish them in like within the 3 hour period, I do come back later in the afternoon to finish out everything. So after each session, I do pin a comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you put your question and you come back, you can check to see. I usually at the very top go, I was able to complete all free readings or some free readings or no free readings in that session, like this session. Then you're like, oh, I'll look for the next one. So hopefully that helps in the process there. All right. Let me just check here. All right. Let me just get rid of that out of there. All right. So let us jump in. I think that's everyone that had come in there. So Crescent Moon, you are up. Sorry for just for my stomach growling. Like, what are you hungry for? We don't normally eat right now. It must be the tapeworm must have woken up. So there you go, Crescent Moon. Thank you so much for your donation. Good afternoon, Third Eye, Private Eye. I love it. So let's do a little cheers to you, my friend. Take a sip. All right. So let's take a look here. So we are looking at a deep dive read on the Sagittarius for today, as well as every day for the next week. Your spidey senses tell you something's up. Like to see if your intuition's correct. I love it. I love, you know, checking with spirit and seeing if and validating the energies. Yeah, I mean, you're usually like right on. I love that. Right. All right. So we're in the energy of the Sagittarius. So we'll look at for today first. Okay, we do have that. And those two underneath. That's where we'll start. And then we've got Monday. We've got Tuesday. I feel like 3 for Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday feels like hump day. It's a big day coming in there. And then, yeah, we do want Thursday. 2 for Thursday. We've got Friday. And then we've got just a foreshadowing of the weekend. All right. I do want all 5 of those for the weekend. Interesting. We'll see what that's all about. All right. Overall energy for the week for them. We do have the King of Pentacles. So there is a big week of focusing on the outside world and abundance. Feel like there's this, what is this kind of feeling of striving for security kind of energy. So we'll see what that's about. Let's see what's going on for today. We've got the Moon card. So it is a bit of an emotional energy that's coming in today. But I'm really getting drawn to this, something to do with, in fact, I'm going to move this to Tuesday because I feel this is connected to Tuesday. Even though the energy came out today, I feel like they're starting to feel the Libra new moon energy. And there's this, like, this big draw of newness to balance my frickin' life. That's funny that they would say that. Okay, so it is that energy, and they're moving that, um, and I feel like that influences both today, tomorrow, and then on Tuesday when the new moon actually hits. So there is that kind of energy there. Let's see what's below the surface here for today. We do have the Lovers card. Yeah, so there is this energy continuing from yesterday, right? Of, with Libra ruling the house of relationship and this newness energy, it definitely feels like that's part of what that stability is. Like, I want love in my life. And that's part of feeling full in the outside world, kind of energy. And below that, do we have another chalice? Yeah, King of Chalices, King of Cups, wanting to balance their energy, wanting to balance their emotional energy. Um, so today does definitely feel like this, kind of, um, what is this? Was there an event, some sort of event today that sparks a lot of emotion in them? But again, it's like seeing other people together even more expands this wanting of love energy that comes in here. So they're really in this kind of romantical mood energy, but they're trying to get out of it with this King of Cups. They're trying to balance it with the mind because their emotional energy. It's like I'm trying to balance all this emotional wave energy. I feel like is their big focus today. They're just like, and that's what happens. Monday, as we go into Monday, is probably going to be really balancing energy. Yeah, the Four of Cups, the emotional balance. They're even meditating, coming in here because this is what they're looking for here. And that makes sense. All this emotional energy that's impacting them till this new moon hits on Tuesday, that they've got a lot of this emotional just continuing like I want love. I just something triggered on uh yesterday. Yesterday? Was it yesterday that it triggered of this emotions about, I want love. I feel um I want someone to choose me like I choose them. That was the yesterday energy, right? Coming in. And it continues in here over these days coming in here. Until Tuesday. Tuesday, yeah, we got the balancing of the mind. Yeah, I figure here finally there's this resting energy. We got all this again. We talked about trying to find stability, right? Well, that's trying to find emotional stability on Monday, which I do. I feel like they go into work mode, and then they feel more of the peace and the solidity on Tuesday with that moon energy. The Libra new moon balancing energy. It kind of like is like taking a breath energy. Hump day Wednesday. We've got the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, they're back. Work, 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 work. We've got the Two of Wands. They're really trying to focus their energy, making plans with the Two of Wands and the Five of Pentacles. Underneath, though, they have this um, feelings of lack bubbling below the surface. They're trying to distract themselves from those emotions that kind of triggered yesterday, Friday and Saturday. But I'm gonna get busy. I'm just gonna try to do this. Let me just push those down. But they're there. They're flowing. This feeling of lack, this feeling of not having enough, not being enough. More so with this King of Pentacles, it's I don't have enough in my life. I need to fill up my life. How can I make my life feel full and balanced? A lot of this energy that's coming in. But I feel like Wednesday is a big day of it's a struggle to try to stay focused more than normal for them because of this gnawing feeling below the surface that's it's like their inner child is throwing a tantrum and demanding to be heard, right? You will tell me. That's my foot stomping. It's like throw a little kid throwing themselves on the ground going, no, you will listen to me. I want my toy. So it's interesting. Thursday, we've got the Three of Wands and the Six of Wands. Yeah, I feel like Thursday is a bit of a turn on Wednesday with that Two of Wands, they're making plans. Thursday, they're already altering changes here of something that they feel will bring in a better um, reward, something that feels like it's more flowing for them. So, and this feels more it feels life related, but it's a big piece of really work, but some heart decisions that they're making going, what is this? I kind of feel like as I'm sitting in them there in their energy for Thursday, it's like a relationship will happen when it's ready. When I'm ready for it, it'll come. It'll come. It's like almost like looking in the mirror. You're good enough, you're smart enough, and darn it, people like you. Stuart Smalley, was it from Mad TV or one of those old things he used to always it was like comic, script or a little thing in a show that was repetitive. He always would look in the mirror and tell himself that. That's what I feel like he's doing. It's okay. You're good enough. You will find love. It will come to you when the time is right. But back to work. Friday comes in and we got the Two of Pentacles. They feel like on Friday they've achieved balance. Saturday Night Live? Okay. Yeah. So, there is this energy here with the 2 of Pentacles. They feel, I feel balanced on Friday, right? Just in time for the weekend, which we have 5 cards, which is a number of change. So let's see what comes in here. I'm gonna scooch all these. Give me some space. The week is complete. Let's put the balance card. I feel like I've balanced. All right. I think I'm on, on par to be balanced. And the 10 of Pentacles. They got relationship energy on the mind here. It's also that fullness energy. They go into the weekend, next weekend, feeling, all right, I'm feeling like life is full. We're good. I feel like we have a plan. I'm feeling that fullness of life. We got the Queen of Cups, but the emotions below the surface, the river is still flowing down there. And normally, I think the Queen of Cups has one foot in the water because I feel like they're dipping their toe in emotions. But below the surface, the emotions are expanding. It's like someone thinks they have a solid foundation, but underneath the surface, a sinkhole of emotion is developing. That's funny. And the 5 of Wands. Yeah, it feels like next weekend there's a lot of gathering of people. I feel like this is 5 of Wands can be drama, but and then here's that number of change, the energy of change. I do feel like they hang around a friends group next. This feels like a next Saturday kind of energy. Um, but it feels like they're in the middle of of a storm rather than involved in it, any kind of drama. But they're in around friends and they're noticing conflicts and they're noticing some things in here. The Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, there is this pursuit, slow pursuit of seeing their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. Again, there is this reflective energy. I don't know why I keep on getting this energy of like class reunion, or maybe it's like a bunch of friends from school getting together, or because it's like comparison, a lot of energy. And this is what's bringing up stuff about love. They see that, oh, you're married and you have kids and you have this, or you have love, oh, you just got engaged. Oh, look at the successes you have. They're starting to compare themselves. And that's this reflection of worth. They're feeling that 5 of Pentacles. I'm feeling less and less lack energy. And the Queen of Swords, which I feel comes in on Sunday, where they're trying to balance their heart with the head again. This is about, I was just reading the Queen of Swords earlier this morning from this new Gaia Tarot. It's a really different deck. So I'm trying to um, understand it because it has a really beautiful different perspectives. But it was talking about how it's almost like it reminds me of Aquarius energy. I'm an Aquarius sun, which sometimes it can be accused of not having emotion, but it's just that we can compartmentalize emotion and look at things from a realistic, uh, standpoint instead of a pessimistic or optimistic. It's being a realistic, if that's a word. and and it's like really this stepping away on Sunday, next Sunday, to based on the current energy anyway, just to see things from, let me be real. Let me get out of my dream world. Let me get out of my sadsy pessimistic and let me, step out of my sag optimistic. Let me be real for a minute. Just a minute. and then we'll see what happens. So that's the kind of energy that's coming in. Let's see what else we have here around their energy. Yeah, we have this toxicity and this feeling bound energy, addictions, patterns, energy vampires, trauma, bond, stuck, bound and stuck energy feels really coming in here. Because I do feel by the end of all of that stuff that they feel like I'm balanced. Then Saturday hits, and I feel like it really takes them out of this balance where they're like, wow, everyone wants so much stuff and do everything else. And where am I? What have I done? What's my life about? Am I just here to live and to die? I feel like the week they feel they're going through all this, and on Friday, like I said, they feel balanced, but then Saturday just kind of shoves them off the fence, and there they go. And Sunday is about getting back up on the fence and let me be realistic, kind of energy. That's interesting. The animal is patience, and the heron. Create a place in nature's stillness and be renewed. Take time alone to find balance. There you go. Step confidently toward your purpose. Patience will bring you rewards. I feel like that's Sunday's energy. They come back to going, all right. And that's the Queen of Swords too, which was Sunday's energy, which is the balance between the head and the heart and coming into that space. So hopefully that resonates and helps explain any energies that you've been picking up from that. But I feel like that's what they have for you, Crescent Moon. So many blessings to you. Yay. All right. So let me grab here. We had a couple of donations come in. Let me grab those real quick here. Throw them up on my little sticky here that I keep track of everything. Oh, and I had another one come in. Let me see. Let me check timestamps here. Had one come in via the PayPal, which we have Maria P. Thank you, Maria. You'll be up after this. All right. So I do have 3 more donations. 4 more donations. Thank you, Ashvin Ray. Hello, hello. Boom, boom. Hey, don't. So we'll do that. So hi, Divine Empathic, Clairvoyance, and Tarot. Hello, hello. And of course, Jojo, we said hello to you. So welcome. And Ashvin, hello, of course, to you. So spot on. So you were exactly what you were picking up, huh? Woo woo. I tell you, it's amazing. I love your energy of being this huge, like I'm seeing this. I wish I was an artist because I could draw this, but think of, and it's kind of like this kind of characterization, but there's this beautiful sea with this huge moon, and here's this sailboat, and the Sag is on the sailboat, um, and there's a storm that's coming, but there's this long rope and this beautiful anchor that's keeping them solid and keeping in place, and that's you in their life. You're this anchor, and it's like if you know that going in, that yeah, this Sag tends to go into stormy seas, but with an anchor, um, it's like realizing you would have to be this anchor for them in their life. Um, and as long as you know that going in with your eyes wide open, you'll embrace the anchorship, right? Like be the ball, be the anchor, and you know that this is what I do. And it's not, it just allows, instead of trying to fix things, it's like this is just me being in their life. I'm able to be this for them, So I feel like that's important to know, right? That's funny. All right. Thank you again for your donation, my friend. Let's take another sip. Cheers, everybody. Thank you again for your patience and getting to all your readings here, and for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love, and it's a big way that you can show some love for my channel and for me and to spirit and the world. You become part of the love tsunami. It helps other people see my other videos and these live sessions so that we can all be on this journey together, right? All right. So up next, we do have 4 more donations. I have Jojo will be up first, and then Divine Empathic, Clairvoyance, and Tarot, and then Maria P, and then Ashvin Ray. And I will get to free readings sometime today. If not in this session, I will come back on and complete them all out. So you will get messages from Spirit today. some point. All right. So, Jojo, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. You're at 1:35:16. Kind of went southern there. So, thank you for your rainbow sticker and your donation. And you want to know, do you have past lives with Addison? All right, we'll take a look here. So tell us here, are there past lives with Addison? If there are any that you would like to bring up here. Okay, that is the answer to that. And then you have this here. What else? This here. This here. And I feel like this is under here. This is under here. None of those. And these under here. All right. So let us see here. Let's get these in order. So do you? Yeah, the devil card. Devil card is one of my energies. I haven't really used that as a confirmation of past lives, but this makes sense that it would with the combination that's coming in here. Because the devil card is about doing the work, releasing old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that restrict us. So it's a big growth shadow energy, and the shadow exists, of course, in the subconscious, which I'm glad we talked this out because it is one of the pathways of the connection to the upper world. So devil card now becomes one of my cards that does confirm past lives, because the bottom of the deck you do have the Four of Pentacles, and you'd have the High Priestess under that, which is also one of my cards about past lives. So you definitely do. The Four of Pentacles tells me the big piece of the work that you guys usually do is about self-worth, pointing yourselves back inward, to where the solid foundation of your worth is at. So it's like there's three past lives here. We'll do a quick. We won't go deep dive into those like a past life reading, but we'll get you some energy around them, because it's like you both tend to the way your spirit guides want to say it, you both tend to be jerks to one another in past lives, to force each other to look inward. Um, you know, thievery of each other in one lifetime, like someone stealing from someone in one life, you stealing back in another life. Um, like shenanigans of having someone invest in something, gaining their trust, and it's really a scam. There's these things that happen in different areas of the life here. But this lifetime feels different. I feel like in this lifetime, this one is more of a positive mirror reflecting back love, um, self-love, your love of yourself to yourself. Um, and it always is, but in the past lifetimes, it was showing the darker side, the shadow side of ourselves to each other. This lifetime, I feel like you both were like, let's do something different, like the sun that you just did. Let's be a bright light in each other's life this lifetime. Let's try something new. Shadow, ugh, so overdone. Let's do something different, and that feels like that kind of energy. The lifetimes they want you to know about from the past, though, here. Yeah, we got the Knave of Swords and the Empress. So here is someone, this is about, especially around abundance and fullness and sensuality. There was a lot to glean as far as knowledge in that lifetime here. The underlying energy of this one is the Eight of Cups. Yeah, with someone leaving and leaving someone behind. There's almost like there's this knight and queen energy. Not that it's that, it has to be, those kind of characters, but it is this someone coming in as a knight in shining armor and someone falling in love with the other person, and then bye, and they left. And it feel like they took their money and left with it. I feel like that was one lifetime here. It's funny, in that one, I feel like you were the knight that went in and stole from them. They woke up and you were gone, and so was their little safe full of gold was empty, and they're like, "Oh, that bastard." And then in this lifetime, I feel like this is where the roles were reversed. Let's see what we have here too. Yeah, we got the Three of Cups energy, which is there's this joy, 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 and this Nine of Wands, and the Ten of Swords. In this lifetime, it does feel like they're reminding me of my first relationship that here that it was you in this lifetime were very guarded because you just didn't trust people because people would always try to steal joy. So you mainly just hung around people. You didn't have relationships with people, but they whittled their way in. They with the Ace of Cups, they were like my first relationship. I was like, people cheat. I talk about this in my most recent podcast episode. I was convinced, people cheat. It's what I've seen in the community, the gay community I was in, and all of, I've saw it and experienced it through my mom and her relationships and other people. And I'm just like, it's what people do. But they convinced me, no, I'm going to be different. And even though I was set going, I was fine with, I just accepted it. They were like, "No, I'm gonna prove you wrong." And then they did, and then they ended up cheating. And I'm like, "Why?" And that's what I feel like happened to you guys um, in the second lifetime they're talking about. And then the third lifetime, we got the Knave of Chalices, the romantic again, this romance energy, the Nine of Pentacles, this independent energy, and the Two of Wands. Does feel here there is this energy of not being chosen in the third one. At least it wasn't deceit and stealing from one another, but there was this energy of being um, a choice between the two of you. And but there's something about this too. It feels like someone went out to sea. I was going to say it feels like more the Three of Wands. It's like you guys had plans to be together in the romance, but things changed, and Three of Wands is a change of plans, and they went out to sea and they never came back, kind of energy. Um, but again, it feels like you're the one that went out to sea and never came back. You just have this energy of being an adventurer a lot here. So I feel like that's important to know about these past lives, just to know that there's that energy below the surface, but this lifetime is different. That you guys um, wanted to be more of reflect back the love, the self love that's available within each of you guys. But I definitely feel like you guys have had those past lives that were there. So very interesting. So what your fortune cookies bring in too. Yeah. You're like, I was just looking for a yes or no. No, you know me. Spirit. They're always going to be like, blah, 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 blah. Here. They always like to give more because they have a chance to chat. All right. You also have, yeah, look, the sun, as we're talking about, to show each other the sun, the strength. Here is that Leo energy. Empowerment, heart chakra opening, compassion, happiness, truth revealed. So I love all that. That just affirms everything we talked about. I just love it. And your fortune cookie, yeah. Your personal choice. So close your eyes. What animal do you imagine? What strengths are they known for? What wisdom do they share? Embrace these qualities. I do feel like these are all the past lives. It's like we've had so many different types of past lives together, but it was the same zoo. That's funny. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate it. All right. So divine empathic clairvoyance and tarot. You're up next. Here's your timestamp. Grab all your little stuff there. All right. So thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me hear. And you want the next 7 days, my fiend? I was just thinking about that the other day. Someone had said they were meaning to put thank you for the fun reading, and only put thank you for the fu reading, and I'm like, whoa. Sorry. Was it that kind of, did you take the reading that way? I knew they meant fun, but it was kind of like fiend when you meant friend, so I thought of you in that moment. I'm like, it happens, but it creates fun, when we do that. So I'm like, next time, thank you for the fu reading. All right. So let's take a look here, Divine Empathic Tarot. Let's step into your wonderful 7-day reading here. Let's just shuffle this up and take another sip here. So cheers to you. All right. 7 days. So we got day 1. I feel like we're doing these backwards. Day 2. Here's day 3. We do have day 4. Day 5. Day 6. And day 7 has 2. All right. Got your underlying energy. All right. How fun for you over these next 7 days. I know. Uh-oh. It's all right. You get it here. But you have the 7 of Swords as your overall energy for the entire 7 days. But do not worry, oh tarot reader. You know, we know that the 7 of Swords can be conflict or thievery or lying, deception, but that's not what they mean in this particular one. The 7 of Swords they're telling me here is it's like when I get the 7 of Cups in a reading, it's you get to experience a different emotion every day. The 7 of Swords is you get to experience awareness and clarity in different things every day for the next 7 days. That's why I said, "Oh, lucky you." Which is great. It really is lucky because I want awareness. It doesn't mean it has to be like, whoa, kind of awareness. It can be like, oh, little ahas, aha, 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 right? All right. Let's look at day 1. So the next 7 days, of course, we'll start with tomorrow, which is Monday. At least in my realm, it's Monday. You have the 10 of Wands. So there is this beautiful aha and awareness of the 10 of Wands. Good reminder that I it's like taking an inventory of where I'm investing my energy, but that if I'm focusing on my small t truths rooted in fear, I'm going to see the world as a burden. If I'm focusing on the gratitude in a moment for what's going on, then I'm going to see it as abundance. That's the 10 of Wands, right? Can go either way depending on our perception of it. So this is a change of perception on Monday going, you know what? I don't want to look at this as bleh. I want to look at it as this. So there's this great awareness that comes in. A lot of opportunities tomorrow on Monday of deciding, do I want to experience bleh or do I want to experience yay? Do you like my sound effects? That's the energy. So I like that. Tuesday, you have the Sun card. So we love that. So the Sun card here, again, is this realization of choice. I can look at life as abundance. Um, and this feels more like of a hand in hand because the Sun card can be Leo. Wow, beautiful brightness and victory and warmth. We also can use that sunlight to shine on our shadow to see the cobwebs in the corner, but we can look at it as this is for me because it's like the sun can burn away the clouds, it could burn away the fog to bring me clarity. So I feel like this feels like more inner reflection into the inner child energy, more so the emotional inner child, 7 years old and younger, not the mental inner child yet, which is 7 to 14, right? So I feel like that for Tuesday. Wednesday, you got 2 cards. You've got the Justice card. Yeah. and the Ace of Wands. Wednesday does feel here with that Ace of Swords energy, that for me, it's balancing things out, that you're able to connect and see things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and higher vibration, joy, gratitude, etc. And on this side of the scales, because they have scales on the Justice card too, right? Of this lower vibration, low thoughts and beliefs, that there's some stuff that you can move from there. Because usually if you take an old belief off, the scales kind of go, psh, um, and then as you put a higher truth on, it goes. Tsk. But if you take a truth, a small t truth, transform it into higher wisdom, then you take something off of here and add it here. It goes. Bzz, it's a faster balancing and transformation, which brings you this Ace of Wands, which brings you this. Um, it's like this higher wisdom that's coming in allows you a new amount of energy coming in. It feels as if there's something that triggers on Wednesday that brings you higher, like a download, an upgrade in energy kind that comes in on Wednesday. But it's because of a change of a mindset. It becomes wisdom, not just getting rid of something you don't believe anymore, but realizing, oh, I had this belief and this is what it taught me. And now I have this pearl of wisdom, boom, and then that just opens it up. It's like you put a coin, it's like the pearl you put in like a coin into a vending machine, and blunk, blunk, here comes this gift that comes in on Wednesday for you. I like that. Thursday, yeah, King of Swords. Here is this wisdom that comes in where we were talking about on Tuesday with that being an emotional awareness. Thursday really feels like you're stepping into here again with this Ace of Wands. There is this knowledge. It does feel like this week is a lot of diving in, especially going into Scorpio Sun. We're going from Libra Moon, Libra Sun season, and the Libra New Moon on Monday, Tuesday. Wednesdays when we go into Scorpio, I feel like you're diving deep into some deep truths. And that really helps you with that Scorpio energy of diving deep into that. But there is a lot of this awareness and this realization of mindsets. Now we're into the 7 to 14-year-old inner child. The King of Swords, of course, rules over swords. All kings get a second portion of swords behind the scenes. So this is the master of the mind. And there's some great movement and change, which I feel like that Wednesday energy of the Justice card, it just encourages you to dive even deeper. Whatever gift this is you get on Wednesday, it really takes you into a beautiful headspace on Thursday. Friday, you have the King of Pentacles. Yeah. And it feels like all of this that you've been doing this week, the emotional stuff on the inside, the mental stuff on the inside, normally it takes a little bit of time for this stuff to make its way out to the outside world, but this week there's something aligning where here on Thursday, right? Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. No, on Friday, right? Friday, it's boom, you're feeling it, seeing it, thinking it, realizing it into the outside world. You're seeing the impact already that it makes in your physical world. There's this, who sang this song? It's like there's a Monday, Tuesday thing, then Friday, I'm in love with you. Is that The Cure? It was someone, but it's Friday, I'm in love with you. And that's what the song that came in, that blurb of it came in. And Friday, I'm in love with you. And um and I feel like that's an expression of your self-love. You're seeing these reflections, okay, of things in the outside world. Thank you for that clarity. I'm like, what does this mean? They're like your inner world is being reflected to your outer world, and that makes so much sense because um we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And because you've had these changes, you immediately though start recognizing it. A big awareness. Oh, it is The Cure. Thank you. I'm like, I can hear the song playing in my head, but I'm like, Yeah, I love that. That's the cure. The cure for what ails you in the outside world. You're doing the inner changes here, right? Then Saturday, you got the 3 of Wands. Yeah, this is about a change of direction, right? With new information, a change of direction in your outside world. You're making some adjustments because you're wanting to change it. And I like that. So I feel like you're making some decisions on Saturday, which takes you into Sunday. Yeah, you are ready for change. You're manifesting love. I like that because you have the Tower card and the World card for Sunday. Talk about change energy, but I feel like this is you because of this Saturday, you choosing to go a different route. This Tower card is you choosing to remove something out of your life to make space for something new. You with the World card choosing to end a cycle that no longer serves you, to have a new adventure that's free of a lot of expectations. So, with you focusing on love, it's a good energy just to really realize that when I have expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, one of the amazing ways that we can manifest love is not by chasing it, wanting it, needing it, fearing we won't have it or whatever, right? It's about um, letting go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be. That's what the Fool card, right? The World card to the Fool card. Ending my old cycle of expectations and supposed to be's and all that opinion we got in the outside world, starting fresh at zero with no expectations, starting a journey of possibility and adventures, not trying to have all of this, you know, expectations that say, creator, it has to be this type of person and this perfect timing and this, this supposed way. And they're like, well, that's on back order for 1,000 years. But if you want something sooner, you can like let go of these expectations and I can bring these things in for you. Right. So I really like that for you there. You're very welcome. The sweet your fortune cookies bring in because the more you focus on the gratitude for the love I do have in my life, it doesn't have to be romantic love either. It can be the love of family and friends or whatever. What is the love I appreciate in my life? And what love have I appreciated in my um, past lives? That's funny. I've never heard that before. In this life, but past lives too. If you have connection to past lives, I love that about that past life love. I love this about these loves I've had in this lifetime. Then we open up the conduit for those things to come in. Isn't that funny? I love that too. It's like, well, you if you want it that way, that's on back order. Oh, thank you so much, Jojo. I appreciate that. Oh, your gratitude list every night. I love that. Yeah, gratitude, gratitude. Right. What else do we have here? You have the unexpected, the storm. Well, I love that. No expectations, the unexpected. Yeah, destruction, conflict, unforeseen change, sudden news. But taking all that energy, gleaning that really from the tower energy and all of this that we were talking about, letting all the expectations go. And that brings in the unexpected in a beautiful way, right? Your spirit guide animal, you have the polar bear with the mystic. I love it. Know that challenges make you stronger. Have faith when you face adversity. Take time to rest, dream, and renew your strength. Embrace your psychic abilities. You carry the shaman within. Ooh, I like that because there is this little bit of a nudge regarding love, too, right? That love, and this is a good affirmation, validation, confirmation for you, because I know you know this, that love, someone doesn't become my life. I live my life and I share it with someone. And I don't become someone's life. They have their life and they share it with me. We stay two separate countries. We share a border and we trade and we visit each other's countries, but I don't give them they don't, absorb my country into theirs, and I don't absorb theirs into mine. We get to keep our identity. So I like that. So that I love that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. I love that for you. How fun. So thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you, my fiend. Very good, Jojo. I love that. So very much that. All right. Yeah. Now sun warmth energy in this one instead of storms from past other lives, right? You're like, good thing. Because I was getting ready to smack them, right? Not again, Satan, not again. All right. So thank you again for your thanks donation. I am very grateful for that. It doesn't happen very often. And so it kind of makes me a little giddy. So thank you. I'm like, stop. All right. So we will continue down the list here. Um, what I'm gonna do though, and I'm gonna run to the little boys' room real quick. I don't know. I think I drank a lot of coffee before going live, and now it is knocking on my bladder. So I'm gonna run to the little boys' room. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue on here. So I'll be right back. All right, so much better. I realize I'm like normally. Uh, I woke up later than I normally do today, and so I was chugging coffee within the hour before I went live, and otherwise, you're supposed to go, before we leave the house, like when you go on a road trip, you should have gone. Anyway, that's funny. So thank you guys so much. Thank you guys again for all the thumbs up you're giving the video stream. It does help spread the Zen love, and I am so grateful for that. It's some easy way you can share some love on the channel, and it spreads the love. You're part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys again so much. Thanks for being here. I love you guys. All right, so let's continue here. Up next, we do have Maria P. and then Ashvin Ray for donations. And if I don't have any other donations, we'll start into free readings. So, Maria P., you are up. Grab your timestamp here. And there's that. And let's bring up your donation via the PayPal over here for your questions. All right, there we go. So, thank you again for that donation. Let's see what we got going on here today. Let's just shuffle those up. And all right, there we go. So Wally's feelings and thoughts towards you today. So do a check-in and see where they're at. If they feel like they're in a calmer mood today, feels much more stale than it has been the last few days. I feel like maybe the drama in their life is kind of leveled out. So that's good. So let's see how that impacts their feelings and thoughts towards you. Feelings and thoughts together. I was like, which one's which? So they're like, yes. All right. So what is he up to today? So we kind of feel like he's in a restful place, but let's see what he's got going on today. Updates on the dark side. Okay. Got that on the service end below. He said he was thinking of you last night. Yeah, what were those thoughts? Uh-oh. Did you ask him what thoughts were those? All right. Let's take a look here. We got 4 cards for that. Does he know Jeff likes you? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. That is that there. Oops. Let's put these like this so you can see them a little better here. And when I tell him, um, let's move on, uh, his thoughts, like move on, like let's just like leave each other. Well, I know you know what you mean, and spirit knows what you mean. Brother Zen doesn't need to know. So, what are his thoughts when you jokingly say that? Okay, we got that. All right. We'll see what comes in there. All right. So his thoughts and feelings for you today. Um, yeah, we got the 2 ones. He's going back and forth here. With the 2 of wands, there's that power of choice, but I feel like that's more feels like the energy is going chick, chick, chick. We have the 3 of swords, which is the feeling of fear, um, disappointment, heartbreak energy, the fear of this here, but it does feel like they're going back and forth. Yesterday, it felt like the last few days, actually, even Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with everything going on, that kind of felt like they were just stuck on fear, both in with you and everything else going on in their world. They were stuck in that downward energy. Now they kind of go back and this way, but they're also swaying back here. This joy and gratitude and love and hope, and then into, you know, fear of abandonment and of disappointment, to being a disappointment, being disappointed. So they go back and forth in that energy here. It's kind of almost matches your energy, right? Because you kind of been going back and forth of, um, yeah, this, but what about Jeff? What about okay, what about this? What about this? What about this? There is that split going on, right? And uh, interesting that they pick up on your energy as well. Um, all right. What is he up to today? We got the Queen of Cups and the Justice card. Yeah. They're trying to balance this all this emotional energy. So it makes sense. I feel like there is a lot I feel like very to myself energy today. I feel like even if they're interacting with people, they're just really quiet. Where people are asking, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just got a lot going on." Okay, because I feel like they're like really withdrawn and quiet today, um, doing the things that need to get done, but they're really in their emotions today. But they're trying to balance and get out of that and balance it with, "Let me get some stuff done. Let me distract myself and do the work, prepare for next week, work wise, and let me get this stuff done and let me prepare this stuff." So I feel like they're in that kind of energy that's there, just doing the chores, doing the things, doing the work, but very deep emotional energy. Update on the dark side. We got the 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, this feeling of lack, this fear of abandonment, being left on the cold, being left behind. And we've been talking about that lately, right? And that just confirms it that they're in this place because of this insecurity that they're feeling in their relationship with you right now, which we have to admit is there, right? That it just kind of feels like, well, this is at least a place that I have. Again, when we talked about if I leave this place, then I may not have nothing. Because if you leave, out of their life, and then they're out of that household, and you know then they're in a place of feeling abandoned, feeling left out in the snow, walking barefooted and wounded, kind of energy. Below the surface, they have the King of Cups. They are trying to balance things out again with that King of Cups. They're trying to balance their emotions regarding everything, but and I feel like they're waiting to see if things balance out. Where does everything fall? When the scales are going back and forth as you put things on it, you wait until it stops and the scale weighs everything. They're waiting for everything to settle down to understand where does everything stand, is kind of where they're at with the dark side. Um, oh, what was he thinking of you last night? What were those thoughts? Some four thoughts were there. Let me take a quick sip here. Feel like is this gonna is we need to take a drink. All right. The first thought is the 10 of wands. Yeah. They're like, yeah, this thought of, I mean, how do I word this? Let me just say what his thought was. Is all this energy that I'm putting in, is it gonna bring me the reward? Or is it gonna end up being a burden? And by that, what they mean is everything I invested in here, is it gonna end? This fear that the 10 card of wands is an ending and a beginning. Is this gonna, is it gonna end up in that? Where I did all this and then you end up leaving them. They have this feeling like you're gonna leave them, and they're picking that up, and it's really activated that fear of abandonment we talked about. And that's why it's so on their mind of endings, and how much more energy do I want to invest if it's going to end up ending. um but I feel like it's not them ending it, it's their fear you ending it. Yeah, the 10 of swords, all the expectations, the supposed to be, the should be. This is that fear of disappointment. They do definitely have a lot of this fear of endings. 10 and 10 energy that comes in with that, right? Interesting. Sorry, let me close out of that. Okay. And then we have the 8 of Pentacles. 8 of Pentacles is a reflection of putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and getting the reward. And so amongst all these thoughts and thinkingness, the thinkings, there is this, I've seen the reward of what I've put in there. So, it is worth it, as a side. And this goes back to this going back and forth. When they're in that low, they're like, the fear of you leaving. But then when they go back into this side, they're thinking about all the experiences, the reward they got, which the 10 of wands can be like, it goes to the burden or the um, harvest. They're thinking of the stuff that they've got to experience in the relationship with you as well. And then the Queen of Pentacles, yeah, the nurturing, mother nurture, the sensuality, the birthingness of things, again, the harvest. So that makes sense with them going back and forth. They had these fears that they were contemplating and thinking about, but also all the rewards and all the good things that they had. But it depended on which energy they were in the moment, right? Um, does he know that Jeff likes you? I feel like they know, but they don't want to admit it or talk about it with the 8 of swords. I feel like it's like they don't know, like, they haven't hacked your phone or, did all that, but they've got an inkling, like, I don't know why this is the example they're bringing me. Um, it's like knowing your child is gay, but I don't wanna I'm not gonna bring it up, I'm not gonna talk about it. I feel like I know, but no, I'm gonna blind myself to it. I don't wanna see this. Kind of energy, which is funny because I'm gay and my I feel like that's what my mom did because She was oblivious, and she was, like, the closest to me in my life. My dad, who I didn't invite a whole interact with a whole lot, when I came out and I told him, he was like, "I know." And I'm like, "How do you know being f so far away?" And he was like, "Well, I just kinda saw the things." But my mom, who was, like, there, was like, nope, I don't see it." That's kind of the energy I have. That's funny. Alright. And then when you jokingly tell him, let's move on, his thoughts. The thing about that, and I haven't seen the card yet, but the thing about that is when we joke about things, there's always a bit of truth in our joking. You know, when someone says something like, "Oh, I was just joking," you're like, there's some things that we put in some truths that come in with that, right? So I feel like they go ha ha ha, but they're like, but that underneath the surface, they're like, there's this doubt that gets created, right? So when we jokingly say something, really be aware that don't say it if it's not true, especially if it's joking about something that is impactful, right? Just be aware of it. We can joke all we want, and if that is what they need to face, which obviously this is what they need to face, that's part of your guys' relationship, which is also a mirror for you, because both of you fear being abandoned, being cheated on, being walked away from. There's that in both of you, so you both get to experience that. So one of your fears is, them moving on, or something like that too, right? So interesting. So what are his thoughts about it here? Yeah, we have the King of Pentacles. This instability that it creates. The King of Pentacles, one of the big things that they teach or that they experience and grow through is the Four Pentacles, which is when you define your worth by the outside world, you feel unstable. Relationships, if you defined yourself by a relationship or situation, the three buckets are, those. I do talk about this in my most recent podcast that I put out, um, The Easier Path, The Adventure to. I talk about cheating, about being cheated on, like, why do humans cheat and why does it hurt so much? In fact, I'll throw it out there if anyone's interested. I posted it at the beginning, but here, just in case anyone wants to check it out. Um, but the Four of Pentacles is that energy, the three buckets. I talk about the three buckets in that. That's why I thought about it. But when we, especially relationships, when I define myself by it, I feel unstable because relationships are unstable with humans. People leave, they do move on, people do walk away, people do pass away. And so when we realize that, and I feel like that kind of shook the stability there. They're like, oh, that's like one of my biggest fears, and uh, I laugh, ha 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 ha, but inside I'm like, kind of energy. So something to be aware of there, right? I know you didn't mean that, but I feel like it's dual of why you do that. It's dual of why we do that. One, I want to see, is that something they're thinking of doing to me? We should move on. I'm giving them an opportunity to show that. Let me see how they react to that. My little joke, um, because that might tell me if they're planning on doing that to me. But then also, we put it out there. It's an expression of maybe something we're thinking about, and we're joking about it to see, do they care if I do or not. So there's reasons why we joke about things. So I know, why are we being so serious? Let's laugh more. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, that went deep. I know. Oh my gosh. But it did shake his foundation. That King of Pentacles is about the foundation, and so that's important. All right. So your yin yang, whoa, is the Ace of Fire. Passion. Yeah. This is new starts, attraction, creation, desire, a new venture or job or action. And so this is being aware of where you're investing your energy. Like it's kind of Ace of Wands energy, but where's your passion? Where's your passion leading you? But also whatever you're focusing on is what you grow. So if you're focusing on your fears, your expectations, we draw things in that match that. Also gratitude, right? We talk about. We always have to bring in the gratitude and the expectations, right? And you have the intuitive, the loon. The loon is intuitive, meaning Wally. I'm just kidding, Wally. You're not a loon, but the loon is a duck. Listen to the song in your soul. Trust your intuition as you have a way of knowing. Emerge from the busy life and seek more solitude. Recognize that you are unique and that you are loved. Wow, I love that. But I really recommend that podcast because I feel like that's one of your biggest fears is being cheated on. All right. So that is what we have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your donation. If you have a free reading, we'll be circling back around for those later. All right. Let me just grab this here real quick. All right. So up next we have Ashvin Ray and then Sudeshna Ghosh times two. So hey, Sudeshna. Hello, hello. Good to see you. CJ, if you're still in the house, hello. Good to see you as well. I think that's everyone that came in since my last shout outs. I believe so. All right. So Ashvin Ray, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And let's give yours a love and a like since it lets me here. All right. So Ashvin, what's coming towards you in love and finances? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. Let's step into your energy, Ashvin. All right. So love is first here. What else about love? Do it like this. Well, we'll just spread them out. IE. Doesn't IE stand for example? So let's see here what we got with finances coming in here too. And this is an not underlying energy, but overarching energy. All right, let's see what we got here. We'll put this card here. All right, let me take a quick sip here. And we'll see what we have happening here. I do feel here your overall energy with the Five of Wands is that you have been purposely trying to change energy around both love and finances. And it does feel like you've been trying to focus on gratitude more about love in your life and the finances and stuff, that you're trying not to be optimistic or real or a realist, but you're trying to be more, yeah, wait, not pessimistic or real, like a realist, but you're trying to be more optimistic. That's the kind of energy I'm picking up. It's like I'm trying to be more this. So I love that because that is the more we focus on gratitude and joy and higher vibration, the more we draw that in. Higher vibration, more positive thinking brings in more positive things. Negative thinking, lower vibrational energy brings in stuff that matches that too. So I like it. Love. Let's see where we're at. You've got here the Knight of Cups. Can't make it up. Knight of Chalices. It's the movement of emotion, the movement of romance. So there is action and activity, and there is this new energy of drawing in someone to you because of your focusing in not on want and need and fear, which pushes it away, but you know, even neutrality helps things come in easier than negativity, right? But I feel like you're being putting out love more, which is drawing love more to you. What's coming for you for love here? You've got the Knight of Pentacles. It is slower. Um, when we get a Knight of Pentacles or a Patience and slow card, it is giving you the opportunity to raise your love vibration more. Excuse me. So things do move in a little slower right now, but the more you let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around love that don't serve you anymore, those rooted in fears, emotions that don't serve you anymore, energy that doesn't serve you anymore, even things in your physical world that don't serve you anymore, it opens up and gives you the space to draw that in. Sorry, let me throw a cough drop in. Get a tickle in my throat. The So there is this opportunity, this time, the slow time allows you that energy to raise your love vibration. So as that happens, that does automatically speed it up too. But instead of drawing in lower vibration, you're drawing in a different type of love than you had before. So trust the timing, but know that it speeds up. The more energy you take into letting go of old beliefs, the faster love does come in for you too. You do have the Six of Cups. This person that you're drawing in is definitely a past life connection. Um, I'll see here. I feel like this card will tell us if it's someone from also this past life, like someone returning back into your life. But definitely, when you meet this person, there's not going to be any doubt that it's them because you're going to be like, they're going to glow. I joke when you meet someone from a past life that's you're meant for a relationship in this lifetime. Um, you have this draw, this knowingness, this comfortability, like bumping into an old best friend you haven't seen in centuries, right? I always usually say, I joke that they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt. That's how obvious it is to us when we bump into someone like that. But definitely a lot of past life emotional energy. And let's take a look here. Are they from this lifetime? No, you haven't known him in this lifetime, so it's not someone returning back in. This will be someone brand new. You have the Two of Swords here, which is we have the new moon. That's why it's the new person. But the Two of Swords is a battle between the head and the heart, and this is what you know. Um, it's someone unexpected, someone different than your mind normally would have picked. That's why it's important to let go of expectations and mindsets that don't serve you anymore because when we're like this and we're like, this is where they have to be, then we miss them because they're out here. So as we let expectations go, then we have that. That's the slowness too, because if I'm slowly turning to them, eventually I see them. That's the Knight of Pentacles. But if I let expectations go, I'm like, oh, I get to see them sooner. That's part of the process too. So I like that for you. Yeah. Let's do a learning tarot here, which has timing based on current energies. We'll look at timing for you. I know I would want to know. Did you just go, well, when? When's that going to happen? Because here we are. Knight of Pentacles. Look, slow. So this is saying that it can speed up, but based on current energies, it's April 20th to May 20th next year, or August 23rd to September 22nd next year. But it can be sooner. This is all about that. Um, as you raise your love vibration, things can come in faster too. So just be aware of that. All right. Finances, where are we at? And overarching energy. Slow down, Bretta. We have the Nine of Cups. I like this. There's this dream come true energy that comes in here. But there is this get out of your head and into your heart regarding finances. In our head, we're like, well, this is what it should be. It's supposed to be. It needs to be. I want, I need, I fear I won't have. That pushes it more away. When you get into your heart, again, you step into this moment of, I'm full. I've got everything I need inside of here. I'm so grateful for the abundance I have and the abundance I have had. That's that gratitude energy that draws that in. So when we talked about, that you have been taking this, with the Five of Wands, this change of energy, they like continue to do that, but get out of the head of the how, the supposed to, the should, the need to, the have to, the must, and step into that heart of gratitude. What's coming towards you with finances, you do have the Sun card. There is abundance, one of the most abundant cards in the deck. So you do have that. fullness coming here as well. You have the Eight of Cups. This is walking away from the emotions that don't serve you anymore, which takes you to that Nine of Cups. So they're like, yeah, step out of those things that you tie to lack. There might be some emotions that are bubbling below the surface around being good enough, deserving, all those things we learn when we're younger of feeling we have to do so much to get so little. This is like letting go of some of those old ways of feeling, going, no, I deserve. And it's about getting into here, not up here. We might appear going, yeah, I know I deserve everything and da da da. But it's knowing in the heart, the gut, that I do deserve this. There's a difference in the feeling, right? Like, I know, but then there's a I know energy. Wow, that's the low, low. All right. What else? You have the Knight of Wands. Yeah. Really, you're entering a period here. Whatever you focus on with your energy comes in fast and quickly. So if you focus on gratitude, things do move very quickly towards you in abundance. But if you focus on fear and lack, you also experience the pulling away and experience more lack very quickly too. So very important energy with all this coming in as well. So let's see what your fortune cookies bring in here too, but hopefully that helps. Let's put all these cards away. That one needs to go somewhere else. There we go. All right. So for your yin yang, let's take a look here. Okay, this is the one. And for your animal guide. You have apology, forgiveness. And it talks about guilt, wants to speak their heart, compassion, emotional confession. This is a good energy. I feel like this is more focused in on this goes into those more finance. It can be for anything, but because it our rate of exchange of what we feel we have to give to receive can be definitely impact our relationships, our finances, anything in our life, because it's all about our belief in what we have to do to receive. This is about forgiving and letting go of those old things. When we were younger, especially 7 years old and younger, those individuals that we felt we had to do so much, but we got very little love back, or we had to do so much to get very little abundance back. It's about going in there and forgiving and releasing those past energies to bring that rate of exchange from 1,000 to 1 to 1 to 1. So there's some forgiveness energy below the surface there. Ooh, and I got mastery, the eagle, powerful freedom energy. You are on a spiritual journey beyond the sky. Let go of the past and soar. You are guided by the wind of spirit. Your wisdom inspires the world. I like that. So that freedom that allows you to soar. So that's what they have for you, Ashvin. So thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. All right. So we have Sean G in the house. Hey, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. I did get your 2 donations as well. So up next, we do have Sudeshna Ghosh times 2, and then we will jump to Sean G times 2. If you are waiting for your free readings, I may not get to them in this session because I'm at 2.5 hours. So I feel like these next 4 readings, and if I get any other donations, I will do those first 2. I probably won't finish by my 3-hour mark, but I will go. I'm going to step off and go have a meal, rest a little bit, and then I'll be back on and I'll finish out everything today. So there will be an afternoon session where we'll complete all free readings. So be sure to come back. I do post a pinned comment at the end of each stream that has all the readings and timestamps. So you can just click on it. It'll take you right to your reading when I'm done with the stream. Okay. So thank you guys again for all the thumbs up and your patience in getting to your readings. If you want to check out some things while you're waiting, sorry, I will get to your readings here real quick, suggestion of them. I had just posted here. Here's my new, whoops, nope, that's not. I already replaced it on my clipboard there. Here is my newest Easier Path um, episode that just came out around human interactions uh, with round one fighting. We talk about being cheated on and why does it hurt so much? Why do humans do it? Things we can do to help make it an easier path. Um, Perceptions of why from a human perspective and spirit's perspective, if you want to check those out. Also, don't forget we have a giveaway coming up on Tuesday if you're interested in getting in that to win a possible recorded reading um, or a one of my hedges of peace and love. Be sure to check out that video to enter. And then I also put out a little short video yesterday. It was one of my channelings of my higher self, calling Walk Consciously. So if you want some things to watch while you're waiting for me to come back or waiting for your free reading, check those out. They have a lot of helpful information from Spirit too. All right. The advertisement is over. Now we'll return back. All right, Sudeshna. Here is for your your number one here. I'm going to give, I think with multiple donations, I feel like it'll work better if I give you a timestamp for each because then you can jump to which one you want whenever. All right. So for your first one, yeah, I did post it. So your first one there on here, let's give that a love and a like for your first one. So thank you for your multiple donations. Anyone to know the upcoming week for you? Love, career, health, and guidance. All right. Thank you so much. We'll take a look here, see what we got going on. So, stepping into your energy. So, for love for this upcoming week, we got 3 for love. Career. Okay. Thank you. 3 for career. And then for health, 1, right? And then guidance for the week. I feel like we want that one, and then that one there. That's funny. All right. It's like, yeah, these are the on a scale. It's like, yeah, health, but love and career. So let's look at love. Love, you've got the 4 of swords. You've got the lover's card. Hello. And the hanged man. All right. I know, I know. When is this gonna change? But, I feel like you get the hanged man or a patience card when we look at love, right? Which I know that's one of the things we probably hate to get the most, but it is giving you the opportunity. The hangman is like a transformation, being in the cocoon, going through that regarding love. But it's given you the opportunity with the 4 of swords, because that 4 of swords is about letting go of the expectations that are on the wall back here. The ace of swords is seeing things from a higher perspective and bringing that clarity. So it is giving you this opportunity to face these fears, to face the expectations that you have around love is when love is supposed to happen, who it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to happen, what it's supposed to bring me, what I'm supposed to put into it, who I'm supposed to be, blah, blah, blah. It's exhausting, right? But it gives you an opportunity to set yourself free from all that so you can experience love as abundance instead of lack. So it's an important energy that you have going on right now. I don't feel like there's movement forward in love. This week feels more like facing the disappointments of love and focusing on letting go of those expectations, all that opinion you had, and really centering into your heart and getting out of your head around love and romance energy. So that's what I feel coming in for love. Career, you've got the Knight of Wands. I know, right? It's time to take action. Movement in your career, right? I like this here. We've got the 7 of Swords, which is our own fears, our own thoughts that cheat us out of opportunities, and the Moon card, which is bringing the hidden, the unknown to the surface, but also falling into the heart to allow it to take you in, like this rock lobster, the red lobster, to choose your emotional path. Follow your passions. And it does feel like here, this is the week that you're really encouraged. It's time to act. You've been thinking, thinking, thinking. The Seven of Swords is how you're deceiving yourself. I don't want to make the wrong choice. I don't want to make the wrong choice. It's like now it's time just to go, you know what? I've got it down to that one. I'm going to take action. I'm going to move on it. I'm going to follow my heart. This is the one I'm going to go do. And so it's time to choose. There's no wrong choice from spirit's standpoint, which is the most important opinion of all, right? These humans don't know what they're thinking and talking about anyway, right? We're oblivious. Spirit knows all. They're like, yeah, follow your heart. It's going to be fun. So I feel like that's their encouragement there. I know. Health. Of course, disclaimer and description box. I'm not a licensed medical professional. This is just tarot. It's for fun. It's meant for entertainment purposes. So always seek a professional for any important decisions, especially health, right? Boom, boom. Disclaimer made. You got the Empress. I love this. This is an energy of nurturing yourself, making sure you're taking care of yourself, mother yourself. So give yourself a lot of self-care, a lot of what we talk about with stress and everything else. It's like bringing as much stress out of your life, focus in on your love of how you love yourself, both in what you look at, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste and eat and drink. Um, the touch, the what you put on your body, what you do with your body, making sure we're getting some activity, getting things flowing. It's really nurturing your body. It's an important energy. So come back to loving yourself, asking yourself, the things I'm doing, is it showing me I love me? Do I love my body? Um, and I feel like that's an important energy. All right. What other guidance for this week? You've got the Emperor. Yep, it's time to take charge, baby. You got the Aries energy coming in, which is, again, clearing out regarding everything in your life, clearing out all those opinions, deciding what you want from your heart, not your mind, putting a plan together, taking action. The taking action energy is really important here, especially regarding health and career, right? Even love, but it's taking action on releasing expectations, right? You got the Magician taking action. You got everything you need within you. You have the power. You don't need anything else to complete you. You are already complete. This is like where you invest in your energy. It is action energy, stepping forward. You got the Death card. Yep. It's time for endings and beginnings. It's time to whatever's not serving you in love and career and health, done and start new. It's a refreshing renewal kind of energy that's coming in for you here. So I really like that. And then your last card got the Hierophant, at least for this reading. You got, wow, all these major arcana this week: the Emperor, the Magician, the Death card, the Hierophant. This can be a significant week of change, especially the Hierophant being the number 5, the master of change, but it's about seeing things from a higher perspective, not from the human, stepping away, looking at things from a different perspective, because we can get caught up into the human thinking of everything, but that doesn't do us too well. That's what makes us have a harder path instead of an easier one, right? So, yay! All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this, and then we'll go on for your number 2 reading here. So, for the Yin Yang Mystic Insights, I don't think it says mystic. I think it's just Yin Yang Insights. Maybe this is going to be mystical. And then your Spirit Animal Oracle. Let's see what we have for this one here for this week. What else do they want you to know? Okay. Okay, this one here. Oops. Okay, that's why it keeps connecting. Where'd I go? Why is something popping up on my mouse? Was keeping to do something. There's something that keeps coming up. It's about moving the mouse off the little bar. Things will stop popping. There is this movement energy, right? So you got union and soulmate energy. I like that here because this is about decisions, a proposal, integration of yin and yang energies. And I feel like this is a big piece of this is coming into union with yourself. And we know that this soulmate energy is huge for you. It's like one of your biggest challenges and draws, one of your biggest fears that something won't happen, and also um, the desire for it, like the need and the want for it. But that change of letting go of the expectations and the timing, coming back to the union, realizing your soulmate is you. Like the person I'm looking for in my life is me. The love of my life I'm looking for, I found him. It's me. Then you can have a relationship that mirrors that self-love. But until we do, if we don't find that in here, the outside's always going to be lacking, right? So I feel like that's an important energy. Yeah, you're stepping into your power. You have an opportunity for it this week with the grizzly bear. I am indestructible. I honor my intuition and I go where it leads. There's that career drive. Love and gentleness are my real strengths. I never give up. I will succeed. I love that determination, but really stepping into your power is there as well. All right. So that's what they have for that one, Sudeshna. So thank you for that. And then we have here at 246. Did I do that right? All right. Miracle, I did. All right. Here's your second one. So for your second one, let's give that a love and a like here. Boom, boom. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And then anything you need to know about the next wish come true, please. Other details, spirit messages for you. All right. We'll take a look here. See what we got here. Just take a look here. Okay, very good. Just shuffle those up. All right. So, anything that you need to know about the next wish come true? What a great question. I don't know if I've ever had anyone ask it that way like that. Okay, thank you. None of those. We do want those. Do want that. Okay. And any other details? What else? Anything else that you want to know here? I have that, but that's underneath. And I don't want that one. I don't want that one. All right. All right. Put that over there. Let me just scooch these about here. Got to get organized. All right. There we go. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Swords coming in here. Here's that, letting go of expectations, seeing things from a higher perspective is that underlying energy. Underneath that, we do have the Devil card too. The Devil card, sorry, if I was away from the microphone. And that is about, here's that expectations card. There is this letting go of long held beliefs that no longer serve us. It's interesting. I don't, if you've ever checked into your Saturn return, it's where when we're born, wherever Saturn is at, it takes like 28, 29 years for Saturn to go all around the birth chart to get back to where it was in the beginning. Now, because it's such a far out planet, it can start impacting us 3 to 5 years before and after that. So anywhere between 23, wait, yeah, that would be right. Because if it's 28, 29 years, 5 years before. So anywhere between 23 and like 33, it's like that 10-year expansion. We can start going through our first Saturn return, which is the shaking and the rattling of long held familial, tribal, community beliefs, societal beliefs, religious beliefs, whatever we have, all that stuff, we start to question it. The more we get closer to that, Saturn return, the more intense it gets. But we release a lot of stuff that comes in where 28, 29 years old, we make some big changes in our life. But we start to question a lot of those things. I feel like that's what's going on here. You're having the challenges around all of that, right? Around relationships and job and, um, you know, like career and body and possessions and all that. So you're in this, you might feel like what's going on, and but it is part of your release and your freedom that's coming. So like your wish come true, one of the big messages I feel is coming in is your wishes are changing. The wishes that you had that you were influenced growing up, people telling you what your wishes should be is changing because you're questioning why that? What about what I want? What do I really want? We just kind of were like, "Oh yeah, these are my wishes." We memorized these wishes growing up because that was what we were told. But I feel like you're in this change period of deciding what your wishes really are. So let's take a look here. What about your next dream come true? You've got the King of Pentacles and the King of Swords. Yeah. So I feel like one of the big changes is what does abundance look like? The King of Swords, they roll over the sword suit with the Queen, but all kings get a second portion of swords. So there's a lot of, with the King of Swords, they're the master of thinking. Again, the Ace of Swords, like the Ace of Swords that they're sleeping on here, that's bringing the clarity around your dream come true. And I feel like it's a lot about the, with the King of Pentacles, that's the feeling of abundance and groundness and fullness of the outside world. So your, the next dream come true is going to be in regards to that first, but it's changing. So that's interesting. Let's see what this is about. You have the Two of Swords, yeah, and the Star card, yeah. This is the dream come true card, and the Two of Swords is closing your eyes and opening your heart, because that's the battle. We talk about dreams come true, right? We've got that the the dream that we were told about, and then there's the dream of our heart. This is our true dream. This is the dream that we inherited from someone else, someone else's dream, right? We know the difference because when you're living your heart's dream, you wake up excited. I can't wait to do this and this and this. And it's this wonderful joy energy. When you're living someone else's dream, you wake up going, ah, crap, I got to go live my dream today. So that's a, but it's changing. And this is the alteration, becoming aware of the dream of your heart, not the dream of your head. You got the Queen of Wands, yeah, and your ability to move forward with it here. I like this because, you know, it tells you about the empowerment of your energy regarding your dreams come true. Once you figure out what it is that you want, then you really connect and you really move forward in it. If you're unsure, I don't know what my dream is, you can ask Spirit. The Queen of Wands, very connected. You can connect with your spiritual posse. They're the eye in the sky as we're in this maze of human life. And I'm like, I'm lost. I don't know how to get through this maze. We can just dial them up. They see the big picture. They see the way out. You know, if you ever do those puzzles, you know, in newspapers or magazines where you follow the maze and you find your way through. Well, when you're up above, you can see it. When you're in it, you all you see is walls. It's confusing. But we can dial them up and go, all right, I'm at a wall. I can go left or right, which is matches the energy I'm wanting to experience. They're like, take a right, and you do. And that takes you on the path you're wanting to experience. So I like that kind of energy coming in here. What else? What else do they want you to know here? You got the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Know that everything that happens in life is for you. That's the tune of the for tune of for me, right? And I like that because in one way that allows us to like not freak out so much about what's happening in our life, knowing that any moment we're getting experience and we're growing through. And so there's no wrong path. There are many paths full of different experiences and different outcomes, and there's no right or wrong. It's just we get to go on this adventure. And it allows this freedom and not so much stress about doing the wrong thing as what do I want to experience? Am I feeling like this is what I want to feel? No, then I change something. This is how I want to think. No, then I want to, then I'll change it. These the actions I want to take. No, then I'm going to change them. It's my life to live. But there's also this energy that the path that you're on and you're experiencing, that you're human at some point will go, oh, I see how this is for me. And they're in agreement because that's what the Wheel of Fortune brings in is don't worry, your human's going to be happy with your choices. Um, Yeah, because that's what that means. Underneath the surface here, you've got the Knight of Pentacles. No, that's the Page of Pentacles and the Five of Cups. I like it. There's always new opportunities. Nothing ever stays the same. And the Five of Cups is you can always change your emotion around how you feel around something. I like that too, because it's they're saying that there's no fear. I mean, there's fear everywhere. We're in a fear amusement park, right? Full of fear rides. But they're saying here that sorry, let me crunch my little cough drop here. There we go. That it's not what comes into our life that determines how we feel. We're the ones how we that determine how we feel about whatever comes into our life, right? That also makes us less fearful about what's coming because when we realize all those thoughts and beliefs about that's supposed to mean that you're supposed to feel that way, this is the actions you have to take when this stuff happens. When you realize that's just suggestion and opinion, but you get to choose what you feel about those things, then what comes next, it don't matter because you're going to choose it, right? Theoretically, I could purpose that no matter what comes into my life, I'm going to choose the story that it's for me and that it's beautiful and I'm going to choose joy no matter what and I'm going to put forward actions about love and joy. That's my choice. So, I'm always going to choose that. I could do that and then whatever comes, I'm like, "Yay, woohoo." And I'm going to but also realizing that I can also choose to be upset with it if I want. There's no wrong choice. Frees you up to not fear and realize when I'm done feeling a certain way around something, I can change it. I'm not going to get stuck in a situation emotionally, mentally, physically, or whatever. I have the power of change. I'm not a tree that's stuck in the ground and can't move somewhere and make change. I can get up off my butt and change my emotions, my thinking, my even my physical location and do whatever I want. Empowerment, really. I feel like this is there's so many wishes to that can come true, but determining is it a wish of supposed to and someone else's wish, or is it my wish? There's definitely an emotional difference around that. And then your last year, you had the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, don't worry about um, timing. Seven of Pentacles is, fruit grows and things happen. Enjoy the journey, enjoy the process, not get attached to an outcome. That's a dream come true, is living in the moment with joy. That's the next wish come true. Seven of Pentacles is also when you get the fruit of something, you're like, yeah, this isn't really what I want. You can change your mind. I like all that. Yeah. And you have the Nine of Cups. We end up with the dream come true card. So I like that. The Nine of Cups. You had both the Star card and the Nine of Cups. So there is this energy of the true dream come true is the one of the heart, the Nine of Cups. And that's about being able to realize the amazingness of who I am, that I have everything I need right here, right now. Um, I had a point in my life where I was choosing like what is it that I want to go for in life? What is my dream, right? And I had this, at the time it was like, well, spiritual people, you're supposed to have like all these best-selling books and be traveling and putting on big seminars and speaking engagements and have millions of followers and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And spirit was like, all right, let me take you in your mind's eye to the future and show you. And you have all that. Are you happy and content? Is your dream come true? And I'm like, no, I'm looking, what's next then? And that realization they showed me, if I can't be happy and content and feeling like, wow, in this moment, then I'll never be able to have that in any other future moments because I'll always be looking for what's next. What's the next dream? What's the next dream? What's the next dream? So my dream changed to being here now with Creator. And when you sit in that I have everything I need right here, right now, that's the dream come true. Then everything else is above and beyond extra. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I feel like you're in transition of what your dreams are. That's where they wanted to kind of look at it and show you that rather than a dream of the mind that could come true. They're like, this will do you more. This will be more productive for you. All right. Your your yin yang insight, you got the belief systems and the facade. Yeah, here's that change of dreaming, right? Conditioning, expectations, conformity, evaluating long held beliefs, and awakening. That's the devil card energy we talked about. So you're waking up and more and determining what your dreams come true really are. And you got the old soul, the black jaguar, which says, walk through life with confidence and grace. You have the power from beyond the world. Focus on what you really want. You can't, I'm sorry, you can create your dreams. It says it right here. I don't know if you could see it. I'll put it here just in case. It's kind of blurry, but you see it says dreams there. I ain't making it up. Focus on what you really want, which is what is your real dream come true. You can have your dreams, but it's focus on your real dream, not the ones we've been told. So I love that for you. Hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Sean G, you are up. Let's grab your first time stamp. We will do two for you for your two donations via Zcash app. All right. So thank you so much for that one. And I think this one is on here. Yep. So, hey, you've been working on your body and you've been having problems losing this last 15 pounds. Put together a meal plan. Am I on track to your body goals? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. See what we got here. What do we have here? All right. Let's take a look here. Put these here. You have the Two of Pentacles on here. You have this balance energy that comes in here. It does feel here, balance is a good energy that we'll talk about here in a sec, but there's also sometimes that we hit a plateau where things kind of balance out. So a balanced diet with a meal plan is good, but don't put yourself into starvation. What else is this about balance and change? If you're doing any kind of exercise, change it up too, because your body can get used to something and there can be change around that. Um, changing something up because we can get into a routine where our body it balances stuff out. So making some changes, you might even um, something that's really helped. If you've noticed, I probably have lost about 40 or 50 pounds since last November when I found out I have high blood pressure and I was pre-diabetes and all different things. I was like, whoa, a wake up call. I started doing fasting, and it's just like experimenting when to fast. It's like eating 2 meals a day, or not eating 2 meals a day, but eating between, certain times, and then like, um, like eating within like a 5 or 6 hour period, and then you don't eat until the next one. It's identifying when it's the best time for you. But it's really interesting that that's coming in here. It's like, and that's just if that resonates for you, but it's just showing that there's different ways to do different things and try what works out for you. I feel is important, but balance in all things, including balance. That's interesting. All right. So with this meal change, is that it? You got the Five of Swords. There's some conflicting energy here. This feels like stress as well. Stress is a huge thing that will have our body's digestion go offline. So if you find yourself stressed a lot, um, stress alone, especially if you're stressing about losing weight, right? That's funny. But the less stress you have, the more your body works and functions most accurately. So consider how much stress you have in your life and you bring in calming tools into your life as well. I like that. You do have the Chariot card, which is victory in action and movement. So this meal plan will help you along the path there. But the power of choice is coming in here too, which is an important thing. So if I'm focusing on what's not working, like I still lack losing these last 15 pounds. I still lack this. Focus on gratitude for what you have accomplished instead of what you haven't, because that allows you to easily more. One, it puts you in calmer energy instead of lack energy and stress and fear, because that's what's underneath. It's coming into the I'm grateful for this that I have lost. I'm grateful that I have the body that's perfect for me in this moment. It's really returning to the gratitude energy and focusing on higher vibration instead of lower also helps things move along there for you. Yeah, you have the Knight of Cups. Self-love energy coming in here, the quest of self-love. So this number, this losing these 15 pounds, I feel like they're saying, let go of the number, focus on what you know, how do you feel in your body? How's your waist and, how's your stomach? And look at more about what's changing in your body. Cause sometimes you can develop muscle that weighs more than fat we're losing. And so when you go by a number on a scale, that's not accurate. It's about um, trusting that they have these new. My doctor had suggested, and if you get one of those little smart scales that you have the little bars, I might wait until like we might have a Black Friday sale coming up right soon. Get it really cheap, but it's like it measures your body, things throughout your body, not weight, because it's not an weight is not an accurate picture of our health. Our percentage of body fat and different things like that are more accurate. And I feel like that's what's coming in here with loving your body for what it is and not judging it by a number. Um, you know, Look at it more as how do I feel in my body? Yeah, Ten of Swords. Let go of expectations. The Ten of Swords. All those thoughts of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, those things do make you, stress out and then we focus on what's not happening and then we get more of what's not happening instead of what is happening. So there's some good awareness around that comes in. And then your last card is the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah. Be at home with yourself, be with spirit. This Nine of Pentacles is a victory in the physical world energy. It's like they're saying, don't worry, you'll get there. But reevaluate what this is supposed to be. I like that about loving your body and especially gratitude. This is the body that I chose for this moment, and I'm grateful for it. Um, and then in that, your body adjusts more and more to be in alignment with who you truly want to be, not what we think we're supposed to be, right? Your fortune cookies for your yin yang, you got the separation and love. Yeah, I got this longing, abandon, divorce, broken dreams, heartbreak, grief. Feels like there's something around this around love, right? One is loving myself, that if I feel like, well, if I have the right body, people will love me. That may not be a conscious one because I can't see you being someone that believes that. I feel like you are someone that is like, I'm voluptuous, I'm amazing no matter what I look like, whatever. But I feel like there's a belief below the surface that might be an old belief that's planted bubbling down there that if you look a certain way, then you'll find love. If you don't, this could be why you're not finding love. It could be in movies, it could be in stuff that's bubbling below the surface that we even realize it's on autopilot down there, and we're like surprised to find out what? Oh yeah, there's that belief that's there, right? And I can transform that so it's not impacting me anymore. You got clever, clever like a fox. Look, you are a fox. I love it. You're already a fox, baby. You are swift and smart. Solutions to problems are easily found. Always listen to your instincts. Resources surround you, and be open to romance. I love that. You got this love and romance energy, but realize that you don't have to be a certain body type or a certain weight or look a certain way. The person that's going to love you is going to love you for who you are, not, you know, by this ideal. Because what happens if you lose the 15 pounds and someone falls in love and you gain the 15 pounds? They're like, you're not good enough anymore. And you're like, I'm about to lose 200 pounds out of my life. Be gone. Anyway, that's what they have for you for that one, Sean. So many blessings to you. All right. And then for number 2, let's grab your timestamp for that. All right. Put that in there. And then, hey, Diana. Well, hello, hello. You'll be up next. All right. And then I think this one's on your second Cash App here. Let me jump up here. Yeah. Anything Spirit needs you to know. All right. We'll dive in here, Sean. Let me take a sip here. All right. So what else does Spirit need you to know right now? Okay. Got that. We got those. I do want this one. Do want this one. And do want those. Okay. This one's below here though. All right. What do we got going on? So at the bottom of the deck here, you do have the 5 of Swords. There's a little bit of conflict that comes in here. You know, there's people that have walked away here because they don't like the conflict that comes in here. And that's okay. Sometimes, how can we say this? I'm going to say sometimes we can become too much for someone. And that's not about us needing to shrink, but it's that someone needs time to grow. Um, and sometimes we're too big to fit in someone else's boxes. And when they try to fit us into a box, we crush their boxes. and that's all right. That's what needs to happen in our lives. And I like this. It's like conflict is a part of our growth and part of life. And I like this energy because I do feel like, you know, we learn a lot about ourselves through conflict, but other people learn a lot through there too. We learn through the mirror of what we perceive them to be, the finger pointing back, right? When I'm like, you know, I understand my fears. If I'm in conflict with someone, then that definitely means that there's something that I can look at inside of me. Because outer conflict originates in inner conflict between the head and the heart. So if external conflict always points me back inward, something I can grow, something I can learn. In fact, my first, the first round 1 of the podcast that I just put out, which is it's Adventure 2, round 1 fighting. We're going to have round 2 fighting, which is going to be about conflict with other humans, non-romantic, just conflict in general with humans. And we're going to talk about, you know, things along those lines. So be on the lookout for that. All right, let's see what else we have here. Got the King of Swords. Yep. Really a lot of learning, a lot of growth, a lot of becoming aware of our mindsets, our expectations, our thoughts, our beliefs. That is the source of our conflict. A huge source of it is the belief that someone needs to do these things. In fact, I mentioned that in this first round 1, I believe. Or it actually was my first. It was the first series, the first adventure. So the playlist is down in the description box of the video. So, and actually I have it here too. If anyone's interested in that, just for ease of use, I have it right here. Boom. So that's the playlist that will have The first two videos that are out. Ow, that was my knuckle. Um, that's what happens when you talk with your hands. um, but there it is. This source. It talks about the source of our conflict, our thoughts and our beliefs that everyone is supposed to do a certain thing, and we're supposed to do a certain thing, and that's. I love Byron Katie, who says, um, "When our expectations and all our beliefs battle reality, our thoughts lose, but only 100% of the time, because when it doesn't match up to reality, boom, kind of stuff." So interesting, right? Too funny. All right, let's see what else we have here. Yeah. The Page of Swords, the Knave of Swords, looking at things from a higher perspective. So, very much right now, I mean, you got Five of Swords, King of Swords, Page of Swords. This Ace of Swords is a gift. It allows you to see things from a place of unconditional love, higher capital T truths, which helps set us free from the small t truths rooted in fear. So there very much is a transformational energy, and you are questioning your thoughts and beliefs, and as we do that, it sets us free. We don't, conflict comes to bring these beliefs to our face that I can't see past this till I deal with this. Things come up, and I'm like, I'll deal with that later. Things come up, I'll deal with that later. Eventually it's like, I'm not moving until you deal with this. And I feel like that's kind of this last year for you has been some stuff like, fine, I'll look at it already, and I like that. You've been doing a lot of self-reflection, and that they just want you to kind of celebrate how much you've come, and that there's more to let go of course, and transform for you, for your benefit, so that you can have a less conflicting life and a more easier and flowing life, right? Below the energy of this night here, we do have the Two of Cups. A lot of it beliefs that you've been faced with and that you're facing now and will face here for the next 2 to 3 to 6 months. That's funny. Is the Two of Cups relationship energy, mainly romantic relationships, but also it talks about relationships with friends and family and coworkers and other people too. Because at the core, it all comes down to these thoughts and its beliefs around that, right? What else? The Five of Wands, yeah. Here's the drama, the fighting. All of this conflict that comes up is for us, and it allows us to release things, right? The Five of Wands, you can kind of see it's like a kung fu movie that starts off and they're all hiya, 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 and they're all battling each other. And you're like, oh my God, are they going to kill one another? And then suddenly, four are down on the ground. One person's left barely remaining standing. And you're like, oh God, this is where he's going to kill them all. But no, they all start laughing. They help, um, raise each other up and lift each other up. And they're all laughing. They walk back, buddy, buddy, back down the path to the monastery, the Zen monastery, where they're all Zen monks and nuns. And they put away all their wands and battling equipment and have lunch together. And you realize that the conflicts that they were having were not out of hatred, but out of love to help each other grow. And that's what all our conflict is. All these adversaries that we have are our beautiful teachers showing us what we want to see about ourselves. And we're one of their teachers showing them what they want to see about themselves. We don't know what we're teaching them, and they don't know what they're teaching us, by the way. We can't be like, look at I'm teaching you. And we're like, we have no idea what they're seeing in the mirror of us. We can only see what we're seeing in the mirror reflected back to us of ourselves, right? So I like this awareness. You have the magician. Yeah, this is the magic. This is your intentions, the energy that you're putting forward. Also aware that whatever we're drawing in is because that's what we're focusing on. So I have the power to draw into my life. I'm creating my life. It's not happening to me. It is happening for me, and I'm drawing it in. And when I want to change things, instead of me focusing on with all these expectations of the swords of what's not happening, of course, that gratitude of what I love will draw in more of that. That's a big piece of the learning that you've been going through as well this last year. Then your last little group of cards here, you do have the Five of Pentacles. Oh, yes. And the Ace of Wands. Yes. So I can totally relate to this. This has been like my life's journey with this. It's like my poster child card is the Five of Pentacles. Just because I have a stellium in Pisces in the second house of Taurus, which is all about worth, and the external stuff, but it's all about self-worth. That's been my journey here of because the Five of Pentacles is the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, feeling like you don't have enough and that you are not enough and worth, right? And this Ace of Wands is all the energy that's been invested in this magician energy. We've been drawing in a lot of lack in our lives because, or we had been because our focus is on want and need and lack energy. When we realize we step into gratitude, then that's what changes life. When we realize with the magician, I am already perfect. I have everything inside of me already. I don't need anything else. Now the adventure changes to sharing that with the world. But in the beginning, we're taught, you're out there, your worth is out there. And then we spend all our time trying to find it. And it's like, where is it? I'm just finding this lacking energy. And they're like, well, because it's in here. Sorry, didn't I tell you that? No, you told me it was out there. Life told us, people tell us, humans tell us it's all out here. But then we, ask creator, and they're like, oh no, it's right here. You're like, oh, this eternal unconditional love that defines me. I'm priceless. I'm amazing. I have everything I need. Then everything become the life of the outside world changes from a place of lack and falling short to a place of abundance, above and beyond extra, right? Underlying energy, you got the star card. That's you up here in the shining bright in the sky. A big foundation of underneath that energy is, and I think I mentioned that in the podcast too. I love that they bring us so much beautiful energies through these podcasts, the perspectives of spirit. That one of the things that helps us find our worth is remembering who we really are. I'm not this human character. This is just a one expression of my higher self, the actor behind my character, which is an eternal, powerful, supernatural being made of unconditional love. And when we realize the expansiveness and the amazingness of who we are, then it changes everything. I don't define myself by this outside world. I just know this is an expression, and it's learning and it's growth and it's fun. Sometimes it's just fun. Other times it's fun, but it's all the story up here. All right. So hopefully that helps, Sean. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Got this one here and this one here. All right. So your yin yang is illusions and confusion. Yeah, this is what we have in the clarity that you've been getting. We were not seeing clearly. Escapism, addictions, fantasy. So the clarity of from the human illusion to the capital T truth, right? That's what we talked about. And the squirrel, always prepared. You are the expert of hard work and hard play. Your cheerful and fun disposition is a blessing to everyone. Don't let life's distractions take you off course. Make a plan for the future, and life will give you all you need. I love that. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. All right. So that is what they have for you, Sean G. Thank you again for your donations. Many blessings. All right. Sorry. Come on, mouse. Behave. There it goes. All right. So up next, we do have Diana. Let me grab your name here. We'll put it on my little list here for the pinned comment at the end. And then Maria P., I got your additional donation via the PayPal. So we will go to that one afterwards. All right, Diana, you are up. I know, don't hurt myself. I tell you what, I only need one hand. I guess I need two hands to shuffle, don't I? I can always throw them all over the place. So thank you for your donation and the popcorn. All right. So good afternoon. I am doing well. I think it's not swelling, so I don't think it's swelling. I think I'm okay. I'll ice it afterwards. So thank you so much. I hope you're doing well as well. So the previous read was spot on. Thank you so much. I love it. The past week, the popcorn was a poppin' between FS and CP. A popcorn tea and deep dive read into what was the real reason for this major fight this week, the outcome, and what will happen between them this coming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Asking about the days because there's a get together scheduled Monday. Oh, all right. Let's take a look. I'm just going to take a sip of my little lemon water here. All right. Yeah, it's lemon tea, right? Cheers. Cheers to you, Diana. Okay, here we go. So, what was the real reason for this major fight this week? Okay. Do you want those two? Those two up to there. And that there. Okay. So I feel like this is it. And then here's the outcome. They're saying this is what led to this outcome. Okay. Woof. Outcome. And then, okay. And then what will happen between them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? All right. So what about Monday? Thank you. Just one. Tuesday, just one. Wednesday, they have two. All right. What we have coming in here. Right. Okay. Well, you can't see it, but we'll put it up here. Because we have the underlying energy for the entire reading here is the strength card, right? And this is the inner strength, the courage. The root of the problem is that someone has courage and inner strength that didn't have it before, right? Someone that just shrunk and went along. Suddenly we have the defiant person that's no longer, they're standing up to the bully, they're standing up and standing up for themselves. Um, that doesn't fare well, right? Yeah, good for FS, right? Power to the people. All right. So that's the undercore energy of like the crux of everything, right? So we have that, right? So it's about dang time. Well, it's perfect timing, right? Because we know that you know, they chose to go through all of that on purpose to grow and to learn, right? And and at the perfect time, it's like a movie, right? It always starts off with the hero starting off with their struggle, and then they have the thing that happens that dun da 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 that changes it, and that's the climax of the movie. That we're like, yeah, and it wouldn't be as amazing if we didn't have the conflict in the beginning. But now it's like, yes, that's that kind of energy I feel. I like that. All right. So let's dive in here. What was the real reason for this major fight? All right. So we got this here. Oh yeah, we have the dream come true. We knew that. We kind of talked about that last week, right? It's that the dream, that this is my dream. Mine. Mine. And we have the King of Swords. Ooh. This the star card is Aquarius air sign energy, and the King of Swords, they're very much about it's mental energy, but all kings get a second portion of swords too, which is extreme in the mind with very little emotional energy. And we have the Nine of Wands, which is the barrier that is up here. So and we'll find out here. There's a couple more things here around the source of the fight, but um, there is this Oh, and this is so strange because they're reminding me of my first relationship. I'm an Aquarius, which is interesting, and my first relationship is also an Aquarius. A January Aquarius, I'm a February Aquarius. There's a difference between us. I'm just saying. But, I remember they're showing me that remembering the moment because this is kind of what the energy is like. I had already left the relationship in my heart, and the thing about Aquarians is being water bearers, we can go into the mind and see things from a logical standpoint, and we can take emotions, put them in the container, and it's sealed over here. We can put the emotion, we're feeling the emotions, but we can separate them from our logic and our actions. And, and I remember I was in the kitchen and I was scraping the floor to put down new tile, and they came and sat down and they were upset because we were breaking up. And I was just like, no emotion. I was like, "Well, this is what happened and da 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 da, and there's really nothing we can do about this, is there?" And they were like, "How can you be so cold?" That's the energy I feel, where FS, that's normally emotional around things, is very with them right now. This wall, this barrier that's up, that's here, especially around their dream. And when you're talking about my dream, there's no, psh, psh, no, psh, psh. There's a that boundary, right? Those things are up, and they're like, I feel like that really freaked out CP because they're like, what's going on? I feel like their fight or flight really kicked in because they're like, I'm not in control. I feel so out of control. So little rage monster turned on, right? Let's see what else is here. Yeah, the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups is the calmness, is the stagnancy or the beep of emotion. The emotion has turned off. and and one, they're not getting any kind of emotion that comes back, right? Like CP's not getting any emotion. Um, like um loving emotion that their little inner child wants, right, from someone. But the emotion is also how CP could manipulate because they knew what buttons to push to have them freak out and whatever, and then I win. Because I pushed a button and you freaked out and flipped out, you end up crying or running out of the room or whatever, and I win. Now there's like, uh-oh, my game plan is gone. My weapon is gone. What happened, right? So I'm laughing, but I'm like, but not out of, what you're laughing with me, so I'm okay. Underneath the surface here, let's see what else we got here. We got the Six of Swords, yeah. Movement of old ways of thinking to new ways of thinking. And that also has here the Knight of Wands. Yeah, the fast movement of energy that comes in here too. So there is this movement, changes being made. Um, but these, and it's fast changes that are being made because, and this is FS making these fast changes. Well, this is my dream. This is what I'm gonna do. Chop chop da 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 da. And they're like, whoa, wait a minute. And so this fast change is really throwing CP over the edge too, because this is changing. And there's so much change happening that this is just like um crazy, right? Amount of change. But that's the what caused the little stuff here. Holy cow, no kidding. That Wally just goes like it was. Okay, yeah, right. 100%. Yeah, laughing in awe of spirit. That's a good way to say it. I am. That's it. That's exactly it. Thank you. Because it is. It's like, oh my God. I love it. Spirit is amazing. I love that. All right. Excuse me. So, bringing to the outcome here, yeah, the Lover's card is on the side. Ooh, what is this leading to here, too? And the Judgment card. There's this resurrection. I'm rising from the dead. Um, but this is the calling, being called differently here. Where's this leading to? Where's this calling? The Queen of Wands. Ooh. Stepping into my power. I am on the throne of my own kingdom. I'm getting Cleopatra energy. You know, like Cleopatra and Mark Antony, the famous love story. But in this case, she doesn't get stung by a viper. This is this energy of, an emperor and an empress, and that I feel like in the story of Cleopatra, it might be where she, because of her love, she kind of was letting Mark Antony kind of his troops were coming into her country, and she was just kind of like, "Oh, I love him," and da 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 da. But in this story they're showing unfolding in my head, it's like, wait. At one point, like, okay, you've overstepped. Boom, boom, boom. Out of my country. Here's the border. Stay out now. It feels like that kind of energy. It's like you've overstepped. And now it's like that has brought me into this, Leo leader energy that's here. So I feel like this has got to here. I don't feel because the Lover's card and the Calling, it's I am this partnership and relationship energy moving into the Judgment card, and I'm seeing things from a different perspective. I am following my calling, and that's the most important thing for me. And whether this relationship lasts or not hasn't been determined yet. Um, all they know is I have regained. It's like, oh my God, they got pushed out of the country. Now there's armies on the border. And I'm back on the throne, stepping into my authority, going, no, 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 no. Now what's going to happen? It's to be seen yet here. There's some decisions to be made, but I feel like with the Queen of Wands and she's on the throne with the wands, that's I'm in power. I'm the one who will determine what next steps. Um, I'm going to determine how this goes. Because CP, I don't feel will like leave it. I feel like it will be um, FS that would make a decision. All right. So let's see what happens here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday's energy is the Nine of Pentacles. Yep. Look at here's the wall. The wall remains. There's this independent hermit energy that's here, which tells me it's either going to be, excuse me, an energy of they're there and there's going to be this obvious wall that's there, or only one person shows up and not both. So that I feel is Monday. Tuesday's energy, we got the 10 of swords. Yeah. Letting go of expectations, letting go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be. But there is this I don't care anymore what you think, because it's letting go of the people pleasing. It's letting go of well, this is how things are supposed to go and should go. You know what? I'm tired of sick and tired of feeling sick and tired of trying to please other people and feeling like I'm a disappointment and people disappointing me. I'm done with expectations. There's this freedom energy that comes in here. Let's see what that means here with Wednesday. Yeah, we got the Four of Pentacles and the Moon card. Yeah, we do have Tuesday is Libra new moon. Wednesday does feel like there is new beginnings. The Four of Pentacles here. What is this about? Because the Four of Pentacles, I'm getting home energy, but this moon energy, it's Mother Nature. I mean, not Mother Nature, Mother Moon energy. Four of Pentacles. Wednesday feels like a visit to Mother's house. I feel like they're stepping away. to go visit mom. But maybe it's FS that's going to go visit mom. I can't imagine CP really. They only go visit mom when they have to. But I feel like those are the big things. It doesn't feel like an ending though. I don't feel like the sense of I just feel like internal changes that are impacting things on the outside. But right now I don't feel this. Let's just is there an ending coming? And if so, when based on current energies? That's what we want to know, right? All right, let's see here. Based on current energies. All right. Page of Swords. This is more gaining clarity, more thinking, more mindset, energy here. So it doesn't feel like an ending. This feels more like gaining clarity around what we want energy that's, coming in here. So, this is a time frame, September 23rd to October 22nd, which we're in. A lot of clarity. Then I feel like we have a little pocket. More clarity comes in January 20th to February 18th. And then more clarity comes in May 21st to June 20th of next year. That's based on current energy, but of course things can change. As clarity comes in, different routes can change as well. Right. Yeah, I don't feel any of this any kind of because it's FS is so calm. It's like they've shut down their emotions toward them. They're like, psh, psh, I'm not wasting my energy on you. I got other things to do. Um, so I don't feel like there's this escalation, like there's a big fight, but the fight doesn't feel like um, the fight feels like it's one sided more so um, than before, where it was two people blowing up. It feels more one sided. There's a little bit of reaction from of FS, but but you know, I feel like there's not going to be that type of explosions that are happening like before. Sorry, let me read your fine print here. Yeah, they threw things at that jumping or happen. Yeah, I don't feel any of that in here. Yeah. Well, we pulled a time card. It doesn't feel like there's an ending based on current energies. Just feels like getting more clarity about what we want and what we don't want. But it doesn't. There wasn't an ending energy with it all. It's just more not communication. It feels like more internal. With that Page of Swords, they're more. Both of them are trying to figure out what it is, that they're wanting there. Right. So I'm not sure if you were wanting a different type of clarification than that, what that came through there. um, but we'll pull the fortune cookies here. We'll see what else comes through on here. If you want to dive deeper into more things, then if you like, I'm getting hungry. I'm almost at 4 hours, so I think I'm going to. I have moonlight came in, so I'm gonna finish up with this particular reading, and then I'm gonna hit Maria's, and then moonlight. Any additional ones, I will grab you guys on the way back. Um, when I return, but my stomach is like growling like crazy, and my energy's kind of dropping, so I do need to go eat, and then I will come back and I'll finish up everything too. So if you want anything else, feel free to ask more questions. But I'll catch those on the flip side. So we've got spirit guides, assistants. Yeah, it's an interesting energy because it talks about divine guidance, signs, and synchronicities, and a guardian. I like this, knowing that what's unfolding is not an out of control drama train, that things are unfolding, things are, moving forward and going in those directions that are for us. Like going back to like, it's about time. It's like, it's perfect timing. There's no wrong or right. It's the unfolding of their adventure. Behind each of these characters is an amazing, powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. Even CP, even Hitler, even, Putin and people we see as, oh, the evil character. That's just a character. The actor is an amazing being. And when we step back and see that, it's like, yeah, it's fun. It's fun to get caught up in like Game of Thrones and seeing all the conflict and ooh. But when you step back and you realize who the actors are, if you watched Game of Thrones, um, what was her name? The queen. I can't remember her name right now. But she was so evil. When you see her in interviews, she's such a sweetheart. You're like, "Oh my gosh, they're not nothing she's nothing like that character," you know? It's funny. Anyway, and then we have yeah, look at that. We have guardian and protection. So there definitely is we're divinely guided, divinely protected. The sea turtle, you are a master of finding life's flow. Be in harmony with the rhythm and your path will unfold. Persevere and you will succeed. You have everything you need. You need to be protected, or you have everything you need to be protected and happy. So I love that. That's like a message to FS, right? Excuse me, my voice is trying to go away too. Stop. No. Let me take a sip here. All right. All right. We are good. All right. Okay, very good. So hopefully that helps, Diane. Thank you, Diana. Thank you so much again for your popcorn, your tea, and for the adventure. And I appreciate your donation, of course. So thank you so much. All right. So many blessings. All right. And then Maria P, we are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, 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 boom. Here's your second one. So thank you for your additional donation via the PayPal. All right. So tomorrow he has a big presentation uh, to the board. You were going to be there for him. Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. Expectations equal disappointment, right, Maria? That's what you're feeling. I expected him to react this way and want this, but he didn't. Now I'm disappointed, right? You said that you're hurt, but it's really disappointment. It's like, oh, right. Yeah, because he's going right after, so he doesn't have time because right afterwards they're going, right? So does he have you in your future, right? Let's take a look here and see what we have here. They're not going for drinks for, you know, hanky panky. They're going drinks to talk about the presentation and what's going on in his work world, right? Because right now that's his foundation of his life, right? He's got this um he feels unsteady with you, he feels unsteady with work, he feels unsteady with, finances and life and this and that and everything else. So work is the thing he feels he can control, and that's why it's an important thing for him. And I feel like this principal is someone that will give them that they feel like they can get clarity from, and that it's someone that understands the predicaments and things that go on in that thing. So it's that kind of energy that's coming in with that. It's not personal, but they're like leaving right after, and they're like, I don't have time to go and do that to do that. They're like, I appreciate, they appreciate your support, but I feel like there is this energy that they're wanting to choose themselves right now because everything does feel kind of unsteady, right? As we've talked about. But let's take a look. Yeah. Your overall question was, does he have me in his future? Yeah, he still loves you. He's got the Knight of Cups, the romance, the Knight of Chalices, the movement of love. So they still um, love you and all that. So we don't have to take it that way, right? But we have the Moon card that's here. This does bring up emotions from below the surface here. Realize that their actions don't have that story and that meaning, but your story that you're putting to it is what is bringing you your emotions. That's what's bringing things up from below, and that's important for you to know that their actions don't make you feel anything. Their actions just are, but the story that you're creating around their actions is what's bringing your emotional pain, your disappointment. So the moon card is bringing that up, right? What else do we have? Yeah, the three of wands. Yep, this is the change of direction. Um, I feel like this more is that they're feeling like um, you're doing a change of direction, and this is what they're picking up. Like they feel like you're moving, because it feels like you've backed away, and now this. But they're feeling like your actions aren't matching the energy they're picking up from you. It's an interesting thing. Let's see what this is here with these two here. We got the Judgment card, the Knave of Swords. Yeah. So there is this about trying to understand, trying to gain clarity, see things from a different perspective here. But this also is this conversation is about their calling, their job, that and um but I do feel like this energy of it's time for them to be um choosing themselves here. Yeah. Yeah. And again, it comes that all these cards are confirming these things, that the Queen of Wands, which is you, and the World card is an ending of a cycle, beginning of something new. This Three of Wands, there is this uncertainty. They feel like you're going to do something. They fear like that you are choosing. And again, we go back to that abandonment, that they feel like you're leaving. There's something about your actions, and it feels different. You're acting different. You were acting distant. And so they're in that kind of, I've got to do some stuff for me, for the things that I need security from. So hopefully that makes sense. I mean, does he have you in his future? He is uncertain if you are going to be in his future. He sees and wants you to be, but he's not certain about what you're wanting because of what he's picking up. Very interesting, right? Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in, see if we can get some more clarity here. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this goes back here as I'm sitting in that energy because sorry, how long was I quiet for? Feels like it was a while, but it probably wasn't as long as I thought it was, because it was all going on in here. They're showing me how his past, people would react to things and then they would leave him. And he's been probably the last 2 months a lot, but 3 to 4 months kind of started a change of you reacting and fights and you becoming more reactive on things from his standpoint. that he's been feeling this fear grow, and because usually it's around this type of rare in his relationships that people want to leave and that people reject and do that. And so I feel like that's why he's like, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Um, yeah, because there's disharmony and triggers. That's exactly it. Conflict, competition, arguments, harsh communication. That's what that they've been realizing, that's been happening between there. Yeah, and here's that higher calling with that judgment card, which is the lion. Leo energy, hello. You have within you all the courage you need. Let go of the past, reclaim your majesty. You will find success and contentment with those by your side. Make noble choices for your life and your tribe. So, I do feel like there is this energy that's coming in here. Like they're feeling like, well, I'm going to focus on what my calling is because I don't know what's unfolding with you. Um, Not because of their choice, but because of your choice. So hopefully that makes sense. And that's what they have for you there, Maria. So hang in there. All right. Well, actually, I have I only have one more donation. So I will complete that now. And then I will be gathering all the free readings. So if you want a free reading, make sure to put out your question in the chat now. I'll be gathering those in a minute. And then I'm going to head off to go eat, rest, and rejuvenate, and then be back on and I'll finish out all the free readings thereafter. All right. So, Moonlight, you are up. Grab your timestamp here. There we go. Thank you so much for your donation. Your hey, you. So, I like it. I like it. All right. So, you want to know here, has Rachel been lying to you, stretching the truth to take advantage? Has she been using her child in that process too? While I see justice in this situation. All right, let's take a look here. Pardon me. All right. So, has Rachel been lying or stretching the truth? Let's see, outright lying or stretching the truth. Okay. To take advantage specifically, right? Has she been using her child in the process too? Okay. And will you see justice in the situation? Um, Meaning, will things unfold the way you want them to regarding the situation, right? That's what we see as justice. Will I get what I think I deserve? That's what justice is. And that other people will get what I think they deserve. That's always that's always our human standpoint, right? When we're talking about justice, it's will people get what I think they deserve or will I get what I think I deserve? Which is very different from what other people feel they deserve, right? It's too funny. But on the deck, you do have the 10 of Wands, which is just like a guidance to be aware of where we're investing our energy because wherever we focus our energy is what grows and expands, right? So, what energy I'm putting out is what I will get back. And if I'm focusing in on what people are doing or not doing, or those expectations or the justice, I get energy that matches that back. When I'm focusing on unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter and play, I get more situations that bring that in. So be aware, energy check card, just be aware of your energy, right? So is she outright lying to take advantage? We have the hermit. No, this is more um this is a no energy here. This is a seeking inner truth energy. So that doesn't feel like that, like outright lying. Are they stretching the truth to take advantage that we have here? No, not with this. We've got temperance and lack energy. So from their standpoint, they view their life as lacking, and they with the temperance card, this is about the slow growth to the gold or to have fulfillment. And so from their standpoint, they aren't stretching. They're telling things from their perspective, their small t truth, right? This is their perspective. So they aren't stretching their truth, but it may not be the real truth, okay? Because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So when I'm telling you what I'm seeing from my perspective, it's true. They're reminding me upstairs, like if my host, if she's in her little recliner and she's looking out the window and I'm standing up, I'm 6'4" and I'm looking out the window, I'll be like, "Oh my god, look, there's 3 black squirrels running in the front yard." She goes, "Where? I don't see any black squirrels." And I'm like, "Oh, they're down further down." And she stands up, "Oh, I see them now." And that's the thing they're showing me about perspective. Depends on where we're sitting or standing that we see things differently, but my truth was correct. Her truth was correct. She goes, "There's no black squirrels in her world." But there were black squirrels in mine because I saw it and she didn't. And it's all about our perspectives, right? Squirrel. Okay. So that's what they have for that. Is she using her child in any way to try to take advantage or to get things their way? We've got the Two of Swords and the Queen of Wands. Doesn't appear to be here. This is also about Queen of Wands is about an energy of all about perspectives. Oh, yeah, and this is so they're reinforcing the perspectives, because the Queen of Wands is when we're down in the maze, we can't see things, but when we dial up our spirit guides, they see things from up above, they see the whole maze, and the Two of Swords too, they have their eyes are blinded, so I don't feel like, from their perspective that they are, um it doesn't feel like in reality they are too, as well here. Um, what does justice look like for your situation here? We have the Ace of Pentacles. So there is this opportunity, this new opportunity to look at our worth differently in the outside world. Yeah, with the Page of Swords, seeing things from a different perspective, and the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, not defining ourselves by the outside world or other people's you know, actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, or by situations or things, finances, body, and all that. There is this opportunity. It feels like there is no justice to be had because nothing was broken. It's kind of they're reminding me of forgiveness, which I think it's Byron Katie that says it. That says, you know, forgiveness starts from, like, within us in a way, but they said one of the biggest ahas she experienced in life is when she learned how to forgive, it was a good thing. She goes, "I needed to know that in my life to move on beyond some things." But she goes, "The biggest thing she realizes when there's nothing to forgive." That's the big higher truth. When we realize all the laws are man-made and opinion in here, and there is no court, there is no law to be broken. There is just people living their life not matching up to what we think people should do or shouldn't do. And that judgment is a human thing of fear, not of higher thing of love. And when we get down to it, there is no forgiveness needed because nothing was ever broken. It's like the example I like to use, let's give me once, is like if I say, Moon, moon, I'm calling you Moon. Moonlight, if you my expectation of you is that you will give me $1,000 every day for the rest of your life. Now, that's my law. If you break that, then I'm judging you. When am I going to get justice for you not doing what I wanted you to do? And you're like, that doesn't seem fair to you, right? And when we realized no law was broken, that was just an opinion. That was just something I think you should do. That is everything. Even though we're like, well, everyone knows you're not supposed to lie to people. It's like, no, that's not a law. That's an opinion. Obviously, humans lie all the time, so that's not true that humans aren't supposed to lie or they wouldn't. But humans do have the capability and ability, so they are able to lie, and that's okay. When we release everyone, excuse me, from those expectations, then we live in freedom, and we live in a place where we're not judging, being the judge, the jury, and the executioner, right? So there's some freedom there. So hopefully that helps. It doesn't feel like they're doing anything intentionally, um, but this experience is to help bring a different perspective of your own worth and to help set you free, as well, right? Because the conflict that's happening is happening in here, triggering emotion, triggering other energies. But what's happening in the outside world just is. There's no meaning to it till it goes into the noggin, to the noodle, right? All right, let's see what they have here for you for your fortune cookies. All right, here is your animal. All right. So for your yin yang, you have attract, attractive. It's an interesting energy. This is passion, mutual feelings, feeling feeling drawn to someone. Oh, that should be drawn. That should be an A. Um, and I feel like what this energy is coming in is that we attract the mirrors, we attract the situations into our life that are for us. We're always going to learn something through it. So, it is happening in your life for a reason, the situation, but it's to show and mirror what you want to see in it. So, we can do that. And we got the good luck ladybug. I love ladybugs. You are a bright energy. Let worry go and be happy here and now. Feel good about being a loving and colorful you. You bless the world with color and good luck. Remember who you really are. Define yourself by that brightness, um, you know, not by other actions and things on the outside world. I just feel like that comes in there. So hopefully that makes sense, Moonlight. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right, I think that is it all for donations for this session. I hit 4 hours, so I am going to head off and have a bite to eat. I will be back though to complete all free readings. So if you want a free reading, make sure you put it out in the chat, and I will be coming back. So welcome, and hey Yati, welcome. Thanks for as I'm hitting my microphone. Thanks for being here, and hello. If you want to have free reading, be sure to put that down there. I will be coming back to finish out all free readings. I did not get to any free readings yet, so we will return for that. All right, so let me make sure. We've got Happy Pill, Touch of Love. We got Eagle and Nelia Maderos. We got Faith in Love. We got Mika Khan. We've got Ateshi Singh. We got Brenda. We got Ashish and Ankita. So that's as far as I captured earlier in the session. Let me give myself some more room here. All right. So thank you guys for your patience as I go down the list. I'm going to grab them all so I can return here. And then we have S. That's here. Whoops. Okay. Okay, we did those. We did those. Let's say I grabbed Nelius from earlier, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Right. And then Black Mage Ink. Okay, very good. Okay. All right, and then Black Mage, did you ask a question? Somebody can I show you do it? All right. Right, we got Blessed One here. And Black Mage, I don't see a question from you. I'm just going to put what place am I in line? And then I'll just do a general reading for you. Unless I see one as I get down the list here. I don't see it in the original communication here, but we'll circle back there. Or if you're still here, if you've been hanging around for a couple hours, throw a specific question down if you have it. Otherwise, I'll give you a general, see what Spirit has for you. right, so we got Blessed One, and then we'll do Black Mage Ink. We did that one. We did that one. We got Livier Vagara. We got yours here too. Okay, we did that one. We got Maria P. Here we go. Boom, boom. We have Mia. There's yours. Okay, we did that. We did that. We did those. We did those. Okay. We have CJ there. We'll grab yours there. We did those. We did those. We did those. Hear my stomach growling? I definitely need to go eat. All right. Did those. Okay, we got Carmel Damon. Whoops. Come on, mouse. There it goes. All right. So I think that's all my free readings. And then Yati Chopra, if you do want to put a free question out there, now's the time to do it. Because I'll be headed out of here in a couple seconds. So if you guys, anyone wants to put last minute free readings in the session, now's the time. I'll probably be back within about an hour or two after I go eat and rest a little bit. I'll come back on and I'll finish out all the free readings. At the end of each session, I do put a pinned comment with all the timestamps, so you'll be able to click on it and go right to your reading. If you want something to do while I'm eating, I do have a new episode of my podcast series, The Easier Path, that just came out yesterday. So if you want to check that out, that is it's a longer one. It's almost an hour long, but we talk about fighting in relationships, more so around being cheated on. Why do humans cheat? Why does it hurt so much? What some experiences I had, ideas and things from spirit on how we can transform those from harder path into an easier path as well. Also have a drawing next Tuesday on the 21st for a giveaway for a personal recorded reading or one of my hedges of peace and love. So if you're interested, be sure to check that out. All this information's down in the description box of this video as well, if you want to check it. Also, I have some specials on my personal recorded readings. 15-minute and 30-minute are on sale. They'll continue into November, even though I said through October. I'm going to add some more November, but more on that to come as well. And I also put out a little short video. It's around 5 minutes or so on a channeling that I did. It was automatic writing. I read it to you. But it was from Spirit about walking consciously. Beautiful energies. It's also in the playlist for the easier path because they actually mention it in there. So I like that. All right. So there's the link for that. So I didn't hit enter. So there you go. So thank you guys again for all the thumbs up, all the love, all the support. I'm so grateful to be on this journey with everyone. And thank you for having your love and your energy here today. And like I said, I'll be back. And until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Remember, have some fun. Because why are we being so serious, right? It's the playground. Let's go play. All right. I love you guys. I'll talk with you soon.